Okay, welcome back everyone. Hopefully a few more people find their way to this broadcast. The second half of our stream. We're loading in quite quickly actually. We've got stints 8, 9 and 10 still to come. And we have seen some beautiful first 3 stints in Lobby B. We're getting into the really twilight zones, as I was talking to a couple of the other drivers in this stint. A lot of them in America, and if you're in the UK, it's really late night and really early mornings for some. So maybe a couple of mistakes might happen, but we also got a couple of Aussies that it's a beautiful afternoon right now. So they'll be on it, and one of those drivers that will be on it is HYR Iris. He is back in this stint. We saw his domination in the stint before, and we got everyone quitting out because something went wrong. We'll go out also to the pre-race menu. The first hiccup we've had actually tonight. Other than that, it's been quite fine. So, real shame. Showing off another one of our UDP TORA liveries. I think the one from Daytona this year. I didn't race it, but I decided I was going to put the livery on anyway for the car, because why not add it to the collection. Already spectate as they hurry up to get the race ready. So this is stint 8 for tonight's racing. Do, 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 do. Here we go, attempt number 2 for the lobby. I think the main problem was we didn't actually grid everyone up, and it looks like we've lost one of the cars because we've had a full lobby for most of the events tonight. So that might make hosting a little bit easier for people. I know they're looking for a host. For one of our stints, I think it's the final stint. So, who did we lose? It must have been one of our GT cars. Maybe one of the CBL cars that we lost early into stint 7. That Iris now up to P2. HYR doing really good. NWR after a good performance from Velocity won the last stint. We've had 3 different stint winners for the prototypes. There's been some good competition up there. 3 different cars also, not just the same car but different driver. So 3 different cars the last 3 stints. So it's been pretty competitive up the front. I think we expect another good performance by HYRs. JJ Reds doing back-to-back stints. Great to see. AVZ Taco get involved in here. Primo, new driver for us to look at. Another SMX drivers. We're just a few new drivers to actually look at. Still waiting for the sun. So we're in the night section of the racing. And yeah, our final couple of stints, it should be really good early morning racing. And anyone who has went to bed, I was meant to say that after the last stint, because most people do go to bed after stint 7. It's usually a quiet part of the endurance racing. So hopefully people who are, if you're re-watching the VOD, Hope you slept well, and hope your team's doing well. Here we go. Cars on track. We are getting ready. So Birchie will lead us in the NWR car. HYR behind. So last two stints have been won by these two cars. And HYR putting themselves in a good opportunity to get a really good placing in TORA's 24-hour for 2026. We've passed the halfway point in the race. They're placing each other. They've placed themselves in a really good position. So here we go, green flag racing. We get another good launch from Iris. We see some daylight also. By the end of the stint, hopefully we can see some sun out and get some heat into the track. Great launch by Birchie. Iris P2. JJ Red's just behind. How's the rest of the prototype field going? They're going alright. What about the GT field? We got a battle up front. SJM FaZe, who end up winning the last stint, going back-to-back stints. And a returning RZR Ross does. Going side by side. But we've got to change for the lead up the front of the prototypes. Iris has wasted no time. They're back to the front. Can Birchie fight back? Iris wants to get as much distance on the NWR car as possible. Those two teams fighting really hard in Lobby B. And Birchie gets back to the front. Dives to the inside. Good job there. Iris isn't done though. Just behind them is side by side with JJ Reds and AFC Taco. Iris ready to line up and move on the inside of Birchie. Early racing in the prototypes. Good battle. Oh, a little bit of contact. A bit of sideways action from Birchie. A little snap in the steering, but luckily gets away with it. I thought he was going to hit the side of Iris and go flying off into the sand trap. But luckily he didn't. They are 2 by 2. Birchie, Iris, JJ Reds and Taco. Promo just behind them in P5. It's a 4-car fight for the lead at the moment. Still side by side. Around the outside is Iris. We'll get the inside for this corner, but positioned well is Birchie. And here comes JJ Reds. He's had an hour-long fight with that HYR car just the last stint. And now wants to continue that fight. But this time with HYR Iris in the car. Change for the lead in the GT class. FaZe having a little bit of a hiccup. Oh, they all balk up. Try to keep a look at the prototypes also though. Iris and JJ Reds. So Raygun and Zombie versus Zombie is leading. Ross Duds in P2 and SJM P3. First, second, third in the prototypes, all close together. We're going to watch this fight because last time Iris ran away and we didn't get the cover much. It's 3 wide on the main straight. On the front straight, 3 wide for the prototypes. Heading into T1. Who's going to back out first? None of them have backed out yet. Side by side. Iris has went too deep. Birchie's dropped back to P3. Maybe even another spot. Iris has kept in it. No, he's backed out. Trying to gain advantage and is down to P4. Birchie back to P3, but still on the inside, having a good battle with Taco. And JJ Reds has got away with it and got into the lead. Wild opening laps in the prototypes. And Iris, we thought we were going to run away with it really early, but is down into P4 for HYR. Double change positions for second in GT, but here's second in the prototypes. We're going to get 3 wide again, perhaps. I was just sitting behind comfortably. You're looking for a run on both these drivers. Doesn't want to let JJ Reds get away. We know the speed of JJ. He's been quick. Here we go. 3 wide action again. Iris trying to get both of them. A prototype just hanging in the background. Don't think we can go 4 wide, but 3 wide it is. And Birchie is the bravest on the brakes. Move up to P2. Iris managed to get ahead of Taco, and that will be for P3 for now. But Taco isn't done. Side by side. Oh, lock up on the brakes for Iris, and they're going to lose another couple of spots down to P5. Promo up to P4. And that is the sister HYR car, the BMW version, and just a bit of a hiccup on the game. No disconnects right now. So HYR versus HYR for the prototypes. At the moment, Iris is going to try to go around the outside. Oh, mistake for Taco. He loses 2 spots. And what a move by Iris there. Keeps in it and gets 2 spots in that corner. Great drive. And it looks like we've invited even another driver. The Rocket is back and is in P6. Taco and Iris getting caught up with a couple of other protos now, thanks to all the fighting. Oh, a little bit of a war hit from Taco. Very close prototype racing in the opening laps. Got Iris already. He's caught back up to the NWR Birchie car. Oh, very close to the pit wall. MS JJ Reds leads right now with a comfortable gap. The angry field of prototypes just behind. Got a good fight here for P4. Taco going for a move on the brakes, can't get it done yet. May switch to the inside to get around that HYR car. Can't get it done. Nose to tail everyone. That BMW prototype quite wide. See Taco. They've dropped Rocket by a little bit. Rocket might be just falling out of the slipstream. Someone who isn't out of the slipstream is Taco, but now he is. Going for the move for P4. Gets the job done, up to P4. We'll look forward because here's Iris. Once again attacking the back of NWR Birchie. Change in position at the back here, side by side. Homo falls back a little bit. Here comes the Rocket again. Caught back up. 3-way fight for 4th. We'll look a little bit further up again. We'll jump back between them in the braking zones. Iris has got ahead into P2. Hopefully hold that position. Here's further back for P4, side by side. Hopefully don't run out of room there. A lot of people have been quite courteous with each other. Good sportsmanship to not run each other off in that corner. So we start to see a little bit more daylight. We've seen these beautiful liveries on display. Birchie has Going side by side with Iris again around the long way, and we'll get the move done. Iris gonna fight back though. The background here is everyone okay? Everyone is okay at the moment. Big dive by the Rocket. Just keeps it off the wall. A promo back up to P4. Look at Iris side by side with NWR again. All this fighting is probably going to help JJ even pull a bigger gap. Iris getting a couple of good runs through these corners. Slipstream so strong in these cars if you can stay right behind someone. Glued to the back of their car. Look a little bit further back. And Rocket has actually managed up to P4. We've got a good battle for P5 now. Taco going to the inside. Up to P5. Behind them is the ZR team in P7. They want to get involved in this fight. Side by side. And they'll drop back to P7 Primo. Having a good battle early on. And we look at Taco attacking the back of Rocket. We got Winner tuning in. Yes, this is B Lobby. This is the official broadcast. Watching the battle for P4. Having right in front of us. Taco trying to catch back up to the front three cars. He's had the pace for it. Just got unlucky with how things go at the start of the race. Get balked up a little bit. Good battle behind. Promo back up to P6. ZR back to 7th. Look a bit further back. We've got the LES team who are leading the GT class. The GT field all quite close together. A little bit of contact going through the first couple of corners. Watch a bit of this racing. We haven't seen a little bit of GT racing for a little while because prototype racing in Stint 7 was so good. We saw some great races from the GT group in Stint 5 and 6. Go, some good slipstream battles. Side by side. Battle ahead also. It's the HYR car and a car that has a couple of FFR drivers in it. We saw Kasai driving that earlier on. We'll see them back in that car a little bit later. Last stint winner, SJM, making their way back up the field. Didn't get a great launch. Lost a bunch of positions early on in the stint. 3 wide in the GT class. And that was one of the drivers going really deep into that corner. Breako, we saw a good performance from them in Stint 5. Went off early in Stint 5, but did a good recovery drive and pulled some really cool moves throughout the race. This field very close together, some really top drivers from our past stints. Oh, big slide. Big slide indeed ahead. That is the most stretched. Definitely stretching those tyres and stretching the bloody track limits. Try to keep on the track. This is the battle currently for P3. And Raygun getting the move done on the HYR Mustang. Good battles at the back here. No stretch, SJM, FaZe, and Braco. Devi is just behind them. The AFMG Mercedes. Looks like we're getting some changes up the top here also. May have been just a quick change. There's a change at the back of the Protos. We'll go back to, I believe, we had a change here. Here's Braco. He just got ahead of SJM FaZe. So he's gonna stay that way for a little while. Rocket. This prototype fight must be pretty good because I've seen them change a couple of times. We'll give them some airtime. The back of the field. SMX. And I believe that's the Swordfish. Yeah, it's the Swordfish BMW team. We've got a couple of drivers in the pits early. Braco and FaZe into the pits. Of wheel spin out of the Swordfish car. And here comes the SMX car. Try to retake that position again. Battle for 8th and 9th in the Protos. As we start to get some daylight. And it'll be soon enough that these headlights will turn off. There they are. Headlights off. High beams off, I should say. I think the lights are still going to just be on. A good battle at the back here. Good clean battle at the moment. Still side by side. And it looks like the Swordfish car will maintain that gap. Oh, a bit of a slide, but gathers it up. Maintain P8. A bit further back here. We got ourselves a good battle for P3 still. We've seen these Mustangs in a fair amount of battles throughout the opening stints, or opening stints of my stream I should say, so stints 5 to 7. Right now we've got Raygun holding off Ross Studs. FFR car bringing on a HYR car, and just behind them is SMX, another SMX car, SMX Eddie. First time I've seen him in tonight's broadcast. Looks like most stretched just behind them. So yeah, this is currently P3, 4, 5, and 6 in the GT class. JJ Red still has a comfortable gap ahead of HYR Iris. Reggie's still P3. We go prototypes down a straight. See all the slipstream battles. Oh, a bit of a slide there for Taco. Battle for P4. Moves to the inside. Can he get the job done? Yes. Up the P4 for the rocket. What is Taco's response to this, though? And a bunch of GT cars are going into the pits right now. But right now we are focusing on the prototypes. And it's a good move from Taco to get back up to P4. Most of the GT class actually into the pits. We'll just wait till we see the first couple of prototypes into the pits. See how those strategies play out. We saw a couple of people doing a couple of laps longer, a couple of laps earlier than the main strategy. Bit of a slide there, saves it. Gonna go a little bit further back. Couple people live in the pit lane. EVR Stone, one of the drivers, would be very early over there. And a bunch of prototypes in the pits. JJ Red's one of them, Birchie one of them, Rockets in the pits, Primo in the pits, and ZR into the pits. HYR, Iris, and AFC Taco are the two main prototypes staying out. Good battle in the GTs right now. We'll see SJM get ahead of EVR Stone. And also following through is Worthless Eagle. Worthless Eagle is a really good run. They're going to go a diagonal 3 wide. EVR Stone having a really good top end speed all of a sudden. Getting into that slipstream, which helps. And he's going to stick with it. And it ends up being SJM FaZe that wins out in that little battle. For now. Good GT racing. 3 different makes, all battling each other. It's great to see. And to the lead of this little pack is Worthless Eagle. FaZe drops back, but he'll be on the attack again in that Mercedes. You know, the performance of this Mercedes, we've seen some good performances from it from both Valhalla and himself, who's currently driving. 3 wide perhaps, yeah, it is 3 wide, and here comes EVR Stone. We see a good move from Stone, yes we can, gets to the front of this pack, but job's not completely done. We have to hold them out. That's going to be a tough ask. And all this battling is going to involve FMG, the Vise at the back there. And I believe, is that ahead of them? Braco actually. We could have a big 5-car fight very shortly. EVR Stone to the inside. Loses a position though. And might lose another position with a bit of a slide. Worthless Eagle up another spot. EVR Stone getting absolutely swamped right now. Braco right behind them. A couple more of our leading GT cars are going into pits right now. Stone taking it very carefully right now. But here comes a couple of our prototypes. That's Iris, who's our race leader at the moment, still yet to do a pit stop. And has done a great job to get through all that traffic. And we'll now go into the pit lane, so we'll have to keep an eye on JJ Reds and that Iris battle. A couple other GT still in the pits. No matter SJM and Raygun. Taco also in the pits for the prototypes. It's gonna be interesting whether those guys pop out. Here is AMS JJ Reds. He was leading the race early. Will he still be leading the race when Iris pops out? Here is Iris, exits the pits, and yeah, JJ Reds will take over the race lead again. Iris comes out P2 and has to hunt him down. Taco will exit P3. Rocket will be P4, trying to chase them down while they're on cold tyres. And meanwhile, NWR Birchie has dropped back to P6, but still with the pack. Meanwhile, we just saw a change of position. SJM went up a couple of spots and has been joined with the HYR car that just exit the pits. Of Ross Duds. We've seen these three cars at the front of the field for most of the stints. Some good shows, some good battles between these three cars. Yeah, SJM gets to the front of this little pack. Does Ross Duds have a response? And it looks like they do. That Mustang having some very good top end speed. Still going to go side by side. Opens the door a little bit though for Raygun. Rayco getting the move done on... Oh, it's not completed though. EVR Stone still there, side by side. Studs ahead of FaZe. EVR Stone trying to hold off the big BMW of Braco. It's the inside, bit of a slide. Holds it. I thought it was going to slide right off the track. Talk about off the track. A bit further up, looks like it was Raygun who just went off slightly. Nothing serious by the looks of it. Divide is just behind his big battle pack, trying to catch up to these guys. Most stretches into the pits, and I believe that would be the last of our GT cars to complete their first pit stops. LES leads the GT class. Great job right now. Bit of a gap between first and second there. Drop back, and it's Taco versus Rocket right now, third and fourth. Some fast prototype racing here. They'll probably be catching a little bit of the GT racing. Most stretched falling back through the field after coming out of the pits. It's down to P4 as the prototypes start to catch the GT cars. Worthless Eagle and EVR Stone into the pit lane. You see the proper sunrise now, which will probably be a little bit irritating for some of the drivers. Look at that, definitely. Easy to miss your braking markers with that sun in your eyes. Battle in the GT class, Raygun versus braking. Or Braco I should say, not braking. Hope he isn't versus braking. Appreciate if you're struggling with braking around here, because virtually straight and then deep braking zone, so you'll be able to pull these cars up. Here we go, GT, the prototype battle still going. Rocket up to P3. Good move on Taco. 30 minutes down in Stint 8. And we got JJ Red still leading from HYI Iris. We got a good battle for P3 in the Protos on screen right now, as they go by one of our GT class drivers. And it is Rocket that still remains P3. A little bit of side-by-side action. Still going back and forth actually, it's not done yet. Leaderboard doesn't know what to do, keeps on swapping. And we've got a couple cars in the background fighting. That's NWR Birchie and Primo. These guys will sort each other out. They both survived. What about back here? NWR managed to get ahead. No doubt they want to get involved in this battle for P3, as they just go by AFMG Devise. Side by side again. We go. There's a wall of GT cars. They're going to try to force the issue, which isn't always the smart thing to do. They'll get around the outside, hopefully. Deep under brakes. Oh, that is Taco in the background. And they're going to get caught up by NWR. NWR Birchie going to take advantage of it. It was a really good run through the traffic. Side by side. Birchie, can they get the move done? They will get the move done. They'll get the nose ahead of Taco. Taco drops back to P5. A lot of GT traffic. Huge amount of traffic. It looks like it's all clean so far with the Protos and the GTs. If anything, is spaced out the GTs a little bit more. The gap between the Reds and Iris, it's like we need to keep an eye on. There's still over an hour worth of racing and this stint to go. Rocket still P3, gains a little bit of time, but here comes NWR Birchie. This last lap has probably been one of the best laps we've seen from them so far. Brilliant through the traffic. There is our beautiful sunrise. Oh, Primo going a little bit wide there. Trying to deal with some of the GT traffic still. As this battle going at the back here. They're a little bit spaced out now. GT field kind of spaced out. So we'll check it in on them. Oh no, we got a battle between the Mustangs again. So we'll focus on this at the moment. I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in so far. This is Stint 8 of Lobby B. Go. I think it's a full Mustang train. I think we've got a Mustang leading this little pack there, because the most stretch, I'm pretty sure it's a Mustang. So 3 Mustangs all grouped together, it is. Can we get 3 wide with the Mustangs? It looks like we're going to go 3 wide. Oh, the HYR car thinks better of it. We'll get the job done on most stretch. Most stretch losing 2 positions in that corner. Not the best of exits. Just ahead of this little pack is the SJM phase car, that Mercedes, doing quite well, and then you got the BMW of Braco behind. So some close racing in the GT field. Protos are firing up ahead at the front there. A good mid-pack battle in the GTs. Looks like we've got a couple of prototypes getting through these traffic still. We saw the prototypes that were battling trying to get through the GTs that were battling, and that's always entertaining to watch. Though if you are in the race seat, it is absolutely scary. Luckily it's not night, it's really scary at night in the night stints. The day stints, it's still a bit scary, but at least you can see the cars. You're not just seeing lights. Look back up at our prototypes, it's decently spaced out at the moment. So we just thought we'd check in. We'll go back to our GT cars. There we go. Couple of protos getting through. A few people giving them just an extra bit of space. Make sure they can get the job done. Here we go, fight for the prototypes, P4, the fight is for. It's NWR, Birchie bring on AFC Taco. There's Birchie up to P4 was a really good move. Now Taco have a great run on the straight, get the slipstream, and pull the exact same move into the next braking zone. Here we go. Looking for a move to the inside, perhaps. Really aggressive move to stay behind. I stick in that slipstream. Let's quiet down a little bit. We might check back into the GT group very shortly. We can see them all bunched up back here. Look at that field. There are looking to the inside. And move done. Back up to P4 for Birchie. These guys quite close together. That's for P3. SJM Phase showing that pace that he showed in the last stint. Try to get up into that podium. Side by side is SMX Eddie. Okay, Eddie sticking around the outside. We'll get the inside for the next corner. Try to move across and defend. Great job there. And that is Rocket into the pits. Rocket into the pits. Same as the ZR driver into the pits. So, and there are Birchie and Taco move up to third and fourth on track. A little bit of lag there. And our leading GT cars have headed into the pit lane to get that all sorted. And these two electing to stay out, and they will take over first and second in the GT race. And in the background we got a little battle. And a pair of Mustangs. Rose Duds getting the move. Oh no! Sends it too deep into the corner. Nearly gets the move done on the most stretched, but falls back behind. Here we go. Lead for the GT class at the moment. Our main front runners have went into the pits to do their stop. These guys are staying out for another lap. Right behind the Corvette is this big Mercedes of FaZe. Shoots out behind now. Shoots out from behind. And we'll go side by side and get his nose ahead. And we'll take the lead of the GT class. Expect the Corvette to try to fight back a little bit, but actually gained a bit of a gap here, but that gap should close in a straight line. Battle on the prototypes. Into a deep braking zone. Taco trying to hang on. Won't get the job done. Rochi hangs on to P3. Get back to our battles ahead. Eddie and FaZe still going at it. Mercedes versus the Corvette. Our prototype leader is in the pit lane, JJ Reds. Eddie looking for a great move under the brakes, keen on FaZe, but FaZe will get the switch back and we'll get the run on Eddie. Side by side again. So a lot of our prototypes going to the pits. Iris staying out and Taco staying out again. Birchie and Primo into the pit lane. Side by side for the lead of the GT class. We've seen that a couple of times tonight. And another switchback attempt from FaZe. Eddie parks it. Oh, a little bit of contact on the back of the Corvette. The Corvette virtually balked up that Mercedes. They get away with it though. They're side by side again. Eddie still having the car in front. Bit of a slide though for the Corvette. Keeps it in front of the Mercedes. And it looks like we're going to go into the pits. Both drivers into the pits. No, just FaZe into the pits. Eddie stays out. Eddie stays out and continues. A few other of our GT field decide to jump into the pits. J Red's still doing quite well. His focus will be on chasing down Iris when Iris goes in the pits and having a really good outlap. JJ just done his pit stop. Got a battle here. It's Raygun and Braco. Next in the pits, looks like it's RZR, Ross Duds, Duds I should say, and looks like Breako is going to get ahead of Raygun. Was a few interesting lines there, not ideal lines for the drivers. It all worked out fine. Vise right now got ahead of Ross Duds. Ross Duds. I keep on getting mixed up. I still think that's meant to be an E when it's an S. I'll get it right after 2 more stints. Get the AFMG car under fire. HYR Iris is into the pits. That is HYR car ahead of the AFMG team. Gonna keep an eye on the prototype fight. Move a little bit further up so we can see some other GTs. They're quite spaced out also now. Breako again. A bit further back. Where did Breako go? Breako is actually ahead with SJM, FaZe. They're side by side. Still side by side. Mercedes versus BMW. There's Iris. How's he going? There's JJ Reds. It's getting closer. It is getting closer. He is chasing him down. JJ Red's putting some good laps in, but Iris is absolutely flying. He's chasing down that AMS car. Go back to our fight though in the GT field. Still going at it. Breako and FaZe. Just behind them is Raygun. Moving around behind the Mercedes. On his commit to a line because it's boxed up all that the run that Raygun had. Breako trying to go around the outside, a little bit of contact, nothing major. Raygun has a bit of speed now since these two are fighting. Was looking for a way through. One goes back single file. Here we go, side by side again. Breako now to the lead. FaZe under attack. And we got Eddie and Most Stretched into the pit lane for another pit stop. That will mean LES will retake the lead for the GT class. Tell you what, these two drivers, some really good runs to that final sector. He's actually pulled a gap on Breako. One of our leading drivers have exited the pits behind these guys. We'll see some side-by-side action for a little while there. They go back into the correct order. It's hard to go side-by-side through most of those opening corners. It's not recommended because you usually hold each other up. And here we go. We're back onto the main straight. The back straight. That's just slightly cut up. With a couple of chicanes. Side by side. And that is FaZe to the front of this. little pack. Right towards the wall. They have a lot of track, but squeezed right to the wall is phased. But we'll get the job done around the outside. Goes deep into the corner though. And here comes Braco. And Braco back to the front. GT field still quite close together, and we have a lot of this stint still to go. So most people would be getting a little bit tired if you're overseas right now, if you're not based in Oz, unless of course you've worked it with your teammates and you've slept enough so you can get a really fresh stint at not an ideal time for you guys. What it is an ideal time is for some good lap times. Early morning racing. We've had 3 past stints of night racing. It's the first time in a while these drivers got to see some light. There's Braco back to the front. It's going neck and neck. That is a job. Oh, let's say job well done. FaZe puts his nose in and gets it chopped off. Focus now is Iris chasing down JJ Reds. We can see JJ just a little bit further up. Darko is still ahead of Birchie, Primo, and then Rockets all the way back to P6 now. Couple of drivers in the pits at the background, Eva, Stone, and Worthless Eagle. It's been interesting to watch a couple of these drivers be really good in the night stints, but now that it's daylight, struggle a little bit. Possibly changes in the setup between the teams. And also a few new drivers that have jumped into the cars who are quicker. FaZe attacking the back of Braco again. We might run on board for this for a little bit, and now I'll take a bit of a voice/drink break. So Braco and FaZe quite close together right now. It looks like this is the main battle on track. GT Field, as I said, still quite close together. You can see them there. What has happened there to FaZe? With a hiccup. They are losing a lot of time to the two cars behind. He's got it all sorted again and starting to charge back up to Braco. Well, the battle of the Mustangs, we've seen that with Ray Gunn and Ross Duds. They're gonna go side by side again. Doing this in the background when we've been watching the FaZe vs Braco battle. Spaced out slightly. We've got a good battle for the prototypes though now. Birchie and Taco have joined each other again. Some side-by-side action. We've seen a lot of prototype fights, especially in the last stint. It was a good fight for P2. And that car on screen right now, the NWR car, that won Stint 7. It fell back to P4 with Taco going around. But Birchie isn't done yet. Still right behind Taco. Side by side, and I think we're going to see this for a couple of laps. Good space given to both drivers. Oh, no, never mind, they got a little bit of a contact. But neither driver is hurt too much from that. Birchie back to P3. We've got leading prototypes going through some GT cars at the moment. I was still trying to chase down JJ Reds. And these two will have to get through the GT cars also. Never mind, they've all went to the pits, so it's lucky for most of these drivers. They don't have to worry about those guys. Unless of course they both go into the pits. But the entire GT field have decided that this lap is the lap they wanted to pit on. is the field going. GT field really close together, as I said. Prototypes start to space out again. They'll probably close in on each other quickly. Some cold tire GT racing. Yeah, it looks like Raygun's actually jumped phase. Doing the pit stops. And Taco back up to P3 was a good move on NWR. He's made a decent mistake because they're quite far behind now. But they'll catch back up thanks to the slipstream. Still got some side-by-side action in the GT field. Said this mid-pack, it's been busy. Busy since the start of the race. And this is for position. Yeah, I'm not going to say the position because someone already made the joke. I think it is. Yeah. Well up. I thank you all who have tuned in for the night stints, the actual night stints for most of the community. Hopefully a couple of people end up getting some good rest and can jump back in for the final couple of stints later on. Right now, FaZe trying to hold off Ray Gunn. And I think Ray Gunn going for a move. I think Kasai will be hopping back into that car. Saw Kasai the Red Fox put on a good display in the opening couple of stints. JJ Red's into the pit lane. And that's going to be an interesting one to watch. Iris has gained a lot, going a lap longer. Similar strat to what Autumn did in the last stint. A little bit longer than the rivals. But NWR Birchie going in and Primo going in and Rocket going in. Taco deciding to stay out for another lap. FaZe trying to hold off Raygun still. Both cars have tons of scratches on the side. They've been through a lot of hard battling, especially in those opening battle packs in the GT field. We have 5 or 6 cars all grouped together. A little battle at the back here, EVR Stone and Worthless Eagle. Still Worthless Eagle a bit further up in the last stint. Yeah, they're attacking the back of the EVR car. At the tail of the GT field. Very wide for a second. Then joined with a HYR Mustang. There's a prototype going through, going by a lot of the GT cars. We've got our Mustang battle back together again. So we're getting to the tail end of the stint. Possibly 2 more stops for each driver that haven't done a pit stop yet. So we're on our second last pit stop phase. Got ourselves some good fights in the field. So yeah, I know Kasai messaged and said, yeah, expect me to be back, I think stint 9. And yeah, they put on a great show during the night stints. But it looks like the car itself is been well set up to race. HYR is in the pits, been well set up, and it's a really good race car. Not quite sure how good they felt in qualifying with it. The car has done them quite well in the race. Phase dipping some tyres in the dirt. We're very vulnerable here to Ross Studs, and yeah, that's what happens. Ross Studs goes through in the HYR Mustang. Taco and Iris are into the pits. So the main focus goes back to JJ Reds. He's been leading the prototype field for most of the race for stint 8. And has he gained actually on Iris? No, here's Iris. Yeah, it looks like he might have gained a smidge. Iris losing a little bit of time during that section of the stint. Comes out P2. And the HYR racing machine. Okay, in the pits, dropped now. And where is Birchie? Continued their fight for P3. Good exit there. Birchie coming around now. Some warm tyres. There's a decent gap between the two drivers. Promo in the other HYR car. LES continues to lead the GT class. Only by a smidge, still quite close together. So any funny business, and that can change quickly. SMX Eddie currently P3 in the GT class. Rico currently P4, and we got a train of cars for the battle for P5. And it's FaZe who's get ahead of the 2 Mustangs again to get himself back into P5. Those are some very bruised cars here. A lot of damage on those cars. Luckily cosmetic only. Here we go. We might take a couple of stuff off the screen so we can focus on this little battle along the back straight here. Oh, FaZe going for it. Oh, contact. They're glued together. And through goes Raygun. FaZe gets ahead. And Ross duds. Very unlucky there to get glued to the front of the Mercedes. It sees them lose 2 positions. They're looking to get ahead of FaZe again. Moves to the inside, though breaks early. Falls back behind the Mercedes. Gets ahead this time though. Oh, goes too deep. FaZe back to the inside. They're going to go side by side. It look like they're getting closed down, and it looks like by the AFMG Mercedes of AFMG Devise. Get our leaderboard back up. Phase trying to attack the back of that HYR Mustang. We saw most of the HYR crew in the chat earlier cheering on their teammates. Out is the gap up front. Still a decent gap at the moment. Any mistakes from JJ Reds though. I think Iris may need a little bit of help from the traffic. Help close the gap. Speaking of traffic, I'm pretty sure we're dealing with some prototypes getting through the field. Goes one of the prototypes. Car not having the best of run into T1 there, and opens the door for FaZe to have a crack at it. But can't get the run that's needed. Get a clean move done. Mustang though struggling to find the ideal racing line. They had a bit of aero wash or something. Vi is just behind these guys. Hopefully can get involved in the fight. AFMG car's been a bit quiet in B lobby. Been putting some good mileage in though. They're just outside of these battle packs most of the time. Here goes FaZe. Oh, too deep again. Goes Ross Studs. RZR driver. Racing for HYR. Though gets back ahead of FaZe. FaZe just slots in behind the Mustang. And will get pulled along. We reach about 25 minutes left in stint 8. It's been probably the most quiet stint out of the lot, even though we've had some really big battles here. And we still got 2 more stints to stream. And then there's 2 more stints after that to finish off the 2026 TORA Mulsanne 24hr. Trying to break the toe a little bit. There's a little weave on the straight. Just to help ensure that they can't get a really easy pass done on you. The main thing, you still want to be at the front, even though it's not ideal to really fight super hard. Still a pit stop to do. Do want kind of a slipstream buddy. Move back a little bit. Oh, move forward I should say. See how the gap is between these two. So it's a comfortable gap at the moment. Something to keep an eye on. Taco leading over NWR Birchie. what's that other fight? It's closing in a little bit by the looks of it. No, I think there might have been a little bit of a hiccup for Iris then. Yeah, Iris still trying to chase down AMS. Reds. Red's got a really good start to the race and has put a gap. Iris sadly just got his hands full in the opening laps. Has been the quickest driver at certain points of the race. For the back marker GT cars in their last couple of stops in. I think we'll be getting ready for our final stops very shortly. Here we go, the battle continues. Main battle on track right now. It's been going for easily the last 30 minutes. Stokey Joe and that are back. Let's go, just woke up. Intervals, I'm pretty sure we can pull that up somehow here. Ticker right. Changes in position. Don't think we can actually see the gap, the time gap. But we were checking it before, and on the map there you can see pretty close together. And he's been closing that in a little bit after the last pit stop. Lost a bit of time though at the pit stop before. Yeah, right now we are focused on this GT fight. And finally we see the AFMG car in action again. The Vise is here. He's been working his way up, and now he's here to try to attack the back of SJM Phase. I think I've been saying it wrong. I think it's Taze. Lol. Oh, that's how bad my eyesight is. T's look like F's. I think it's Phase. Contact on the back. At the Vise at the moment. Right on board was the Vise. we go, battle for the lead for the GT class. It's been a while since we've seen one of these. Oh, a little mistake there. LES continue to hold on that race lead that they've had for most of the race so far. So we could have some grandstand finishes for both the GT class and the prototype class. Iris still trying to hunt down JJ Reds. These two have pitted already. Should be safe to the end. Hopefully we get a good GT battle between these two. We haven't actually watched a lot of these cars at the moment, as the car we're currently focused on did win 2 stints, but they were miles ahead. There was dominant stint wins. It looks like they're going to try to go for another stint win. So they go to the inside of the LES car. Side by side around the outside. We'll get the inside for the next corner. What a move. No, doesn't pull it off. LES hangs on. And here is a bunch of cars in the pit lane. And they should be all sorted to the end of the race. As I said, the main GT battle is on screen right now for the victory. MS JJ Reds is into the pits, leader of the proto class. These guys getting their positions back from a couple of the cars that are doing their final stop. SMX Eddie coming back out of the pits in P3. So yeah, this is now officially the race for the lead of the GT class. There we are. Birchie into the pits for their final stop. Taco into the pits for their final stop. And Primo into their final pit stop. Right now, battle on screen. GT lead. And here we go again. Corvette looking for a good run. Going side by side. We'll tease this battle for a little while as they were closing in after each pit stop. And move to the inside and to the lead of the GT field. It's put a decent gap, but I believe that LES car will catch right up to the back of the Corvette. I have a prototype just fly by, and that would be HYR Iris. In that beautifully presented HYR machine. To the inside goes the LES car. Oh, and makes a meal out of it. Pulls it up though. I thought that was going to be a big collision between first and second there. It's not done though. Side by side again. Pushing all the way to the wall a little bit. And try to hold the inside line. Mark it on the apex a bit. Great defense. Just under 13 minutes remaining of stint 8. Go again around the outside from LES for the lead. They pull it up though. Yes, just move to the outside, which will become the inside for the next corner to go on the defense. Great bit of racing there. Not the best of exits, a bit of contact. Still holds the lead at the moment. Will be very vulnerable. another change to lead. This battle I don't think will be done because here comes Team LES. We've still got 11 minutes of racing. If these guys stay close together, it's going to be back and forth each lap, thanks to the big straights at Le Mans. Here we go, side by side into the final section at Le Mans here. And LES will lead for another lap in the GT field. Iris is in the pit lane. Our main focus is where JJ Reds is. He'll be crossing the line now, so keep an eye when Iris exits the pits. Here's Iris now. That looks like JJ Red's going by. So Iris will just have slightly over 10 minutes to close down the gap to JJ Reds and also pass him. Focus goes back to the lead of the GT class. It's been a bit of a gap produced by the LES team. Stokey Joe, if you're still here paying attention, really good performance by the HYR cars in the last couple of stints. Here we go, another change for the lead in the GT class. This is going to go back and forward. It's the beauty of Le Mans, is if your cars are quite even in pace and the drivers are even in pace, once you get to this section of the track, it's just going to be back and forward. Roma getting ahead of Taco actually falling a couple of spots behind. I think we have a car damaged. Well, the car's definitely fallen off the pace. No damage, but definitely lost a bunch of positions. We'll go back to a battle, the GT class, and they're side by side again. Yeah, a run into another deep braking zone. We've seen a couple of mistakes throughout the stints coming into this zone. We haven't seen a big one yet. Most people have given each other a lot of space, but here comes a prototype. That is Iris, who wants to get a move on. He's chasing down JJ Reds, who we saw go by a little while ago. And yeah, Iris getting held up by the leading GT cars. LES losing a little bit of pace to our leader. Just got under 8 minutes remaining in stint 8. Battle back here. No, there's a bit of a gap between Eddie and Braco, 3rd and 4th in GT class. These guys are back together again though. Raygun and the SJM driver. Decent gap between first and second now. I believe our leader is the game takes us do. Meanwhile, a little bit further back again. And these two haven't really left each other all race long. It's been a good race between the two. From my point of view, it's been pretty respectful. Big defense though from Raygun. And here comes the SJM Mercedes. In the background we're seeing third place in the Protos, NWR Birchie. Catch these guys. Big improvement from their stint a little bit earlier. P3 performance and some really good passes getting made thanks to the GT traffic. He's lucky enough that he gets to pass some of the GT traffic battling each other in a straight line. It's always handy around Le Mans. So he gets on his journey, and we'll probably see a couple more prototypes going by shortly. Here we go. Primo in the second of the HYR cars. Up to P4. The second HYR car, the BMW version of the prototype, has been a quiet achiever in B lobby. It's been getting some good distance. Some interest in how they place overall at the moment. Big move there by Rocket. Only P5, really strong performance from them also in this stint. Mercedes dropped off a little bit there. Probably a little bit unlucky with some of the prototypes. So we have only 3 minutes remaining in stint 8. Gap is for the lead here, and it's been extended. Corvette comfortably ahead at the moment. Doesn't mean you back off, because that gap can close at any time. Let's watch the NWR prototype go flying by. Also, if we go further up, it's been just the gap's been closing, but not quick enough at the moment. AMS JJ Reds is on track for a stint win, and funny enough, I believe that will be our 4th different stint winner since I've been covered. I've covered, this is my 4th stint so far, and if AMS can get a win here, it'll be the 4th different proto victory. We had the AZZ car, the AYZ car, and they won stint 5. Stint 6 went to Iris, the HYR team. Really close on the wall. Really puts the car straight in the wall, JJ Reds. And then stint 3 went to NWR with Velocity. And right now AMS is looking to win stint 8. I was just slightly behind the HYR Proto. Definitely put in the effort though, try to close the gap. And he can see JJ just ahead. Though, of course, it's not really about your position, it's about the distance you cover. So as long as he closes in the distance as much as he can, the loss to the team AMS car, Alien Motorsport car, won't be much. A bit further back and try to see. So it looks like race will be won by those two current drivers, AMS JJ Reds and do 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 do. That is race done. 8 winners, JJ Reds, and of course, as I was saying, do. RS did a good job, P2, and NWR Birchie a good performance into P3. Other noteworthy performance, LES led for majority of it in the GT class, but will have to finish second in the stint, and third in the stint is Eddie in the SMX team car. So we'll get ready to go into the next lobby. So we're getting ready to go, and I think we're still running luckily just on time, which is really handy. And yeah, we'll get ready for stint 9. So 4 more stints left in 24-hour, and I've got 2 more stints that I will cover left, and then we got the other streamers to cover the end. If you are in the TORA Discord, you can find out who they are. I think it's K Plays FM, which will do a good job. They'll be covering after me. Do we have a lobby open? Oh, awesome. It just finished, so yeah, I guess we'll just wait for him to jump across.
It was with me and Stralis and a couple other people. So I'm assuming he'll be here in a sec if I'm here. Oh, he was winning, so he might have to head
Yeah.
back.
So yeah, just get him to send an invite or send it.
Just naturally gonna get a bit delayed.
Yeah. So yeah, just send the invite to me, and I can join. I'll just go back to my own little booth and let you guys have a chat. So yeah, we'd just be waiting for drivers to get sorted. As I'm not quite sure if they picked up was the party chat, but we're waiting for JJ Reds to get all sorted.
It's gonna be a minute.
It's gonna be a minute when the person that wins
Patience
the
is the key.
As Yoda said, patience, young one.
Where's the bandit sticker when you need it?
Who is our host?
I think it's
It's JJ. He is going as
Red.
quick
It's Ed and
as he
JJ
can.
Red.
Going as quick as he can.
Is he in the other lobby right now?
No, he's here. Doing thing. Everything's ready.
Whoopsie.
Oh. I hope my fan's not broken.
Sounds broken to me.
No wonder I've been particularly irate. It's humid. Oh. I was like, man, why is my extra 80% humidity? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Oh, fucking.
Alright, Blade, since I know you're on console, if you could accept that invite, because I have an issue with my game bar that crashes like every 5 seconds. If you could invite everybody in the VC.
I have not gotten an invite. Nothing came through.
Are you gonna get an invite next time?
And
Is there anyone else that's able to just join off you and maybe they can invite me?
I'm trying, guys. Like, this happened earlier.
I've sent you a friend request. Hopefully, if you accept it, then it'll allow me to just join off you and that'll work. But I don't know.
yes, sir.
Yep, I'm in.
He's stoning. He's stoning the lost. He's stoning.
Invite's coming, guys.
welcome back. Hopefully we get a few people jumping back into the stream. We had a fair few decent people in the crowd before, but sadly a bit of a hiccup in the hosting side of things. And yeah, about to get ready again. We've got the Cheeseburger League back. FC Taco in here. We've got TORA Blade. Arakinha. JJ Red's doing another stint. He just won the last. DBR Chaos. DBR Echo. Bahala's back. Al Sabine. SFM Michaels. Worthless Eagle here again, ex-Australia. Australians, I should say. Thank you, say that as Australia. So we got HYZ in the field, SMX, Eddie doing another stint. FMG Devise. Ferrari. Looks like we got most of the field. I think we had one car drop out in the last stint, so I think everyone mainly here, hopefully. Oh, we had someone else drop out just then. That is not ideal. A couple of cars that you've seen before. SMX running the Lamborghini, which has been hit or miss. A couple of BMWs. Seen some good running from the BMWs. Porsche being the main selection, and the GT class, good selection between all of the drivers. We got BMWs, we got Lexus, we got some Mercedes. The Mustangs have been pretty cool to watch. And Aston Martin here. We got the Corvette, we got Porsche, a couple of Porsche section, and a McLaren. So yeah, we're just in the waiting period. Everyone's ticked except Kasai. Kasai's here, just in time. It'll be good to watch Kasai go through the field. Into the Mustang. I think we've only lost one driver, one car I should say, in B lobby, which is really good to see that we've maintained so many cars throughout the 24-hour. We're still on a bit of a delay, sadly, which is really not ideal. Hopefully everyone's ready up and we'll get straight into this. Here we go. There's your field. just hopefully get it all sorted. And there we are, still the leading BMW, not BMW, leading B class, B lobby. I'll get there eventually. Leading B lobby car. TNR will be driving for the HYR team. They are P2. MS team P3. They got a win the last stint, and that was at the hands of JJ Reds. SRT team. Is it? No, it's not SRT. GRT. And that is the second of the HYR cars. That is P4. FZ Taco is P5. SMX. SM Michaels. HYZ had some tough running tonight. A bit further back. And the Cheeseburger Racing League. CBL. And out the prototypes. HYR will lead the GT field in B lobby at the moment. Hala will be P2. Kasai, who has done a good job in the GT class, coming from P3. And the rest of the field still getting sorted out. Looks like EVR Echo will be just behind them. Some good performances from the teams, collecting distance. Some of them may not have won stints or been at the top of the field for every single stint, but been collecting some good distance, and that's what matters in these kind of endurance races, in the TORA endurance races, collecting distance. Just getting the grid sorted, and then we can load in. Hopefully get a clean opening lap, get straight into some racing. Here we go, we're about to load in for stint number 9. We're about to go green flag racing. Fingers crossed everything's set well, and it should be a good battle. As I said, which car out of the 4 streams I've done so far, 4 stints I've done so far, we haven't had back-to-back stint winners or any double stint winners in the protos. So the last 4 stints have been won by a different proto. So here we go, we roll off the line and into some better conditions for these cars. It should be a good one. And there we are, we'll lead HYR car driven by a TNR driver, TNR Blade, driving that beautiful HYR car. Behind them is AMS JJ Reds, the last stint winner, coming from P3, and he's in good form right now. So expect some decent pace from him. And just behind is the GRT car, which is the sister HYR car, and we've seen some good distance get covered by that. We're about to go green flag race as they cross underneath the bridge, and here we go. We're back to racing. Great launch by the NWR car, and HYR and AMS continue their battle that they've had in the last couple of stints. They're back a little bit. Taco on the back of GRT. We get to see a lot of these beautiful liveries now, clear as day. Side by side, this is a battle for P4, and we've got a battle for the lead. TNR Blade going for it, up at front. And doesn't get the job done. Oh, we got AMS JJ Reds. No, it wasn't. I got a feeling we're gonna get a restart, perhaps. We had a car facing the wrong way. No, we quit out. It's a shame we have to do a restart. We've had smooth running in all the stints, but sadly our luck has ran out in the lobby. If the game will let me leave, please. There we go. So we have to go again. Looked like a really good start, but sadly, another restart. Spectate and we'll get into this hopefully. Don't get any more delayed. I'd like to thank anyone who has subscribed tonight. We've actually moved a lot closer to the 100 mark, which is really cool. And I thank everyone for their support. As we are about to head into the lobby again, hopefully we'll have to get the grid all sorted. One problem is the big fields is getting the grid all sorted again. Okay, testing, we're still here, cool. Just waiting for the grid to get all sorted and we should be back into it. Fingers crossed no more restarts. Sadly this is starting to run quite late. go reload in again. NWR getting a great start on the last restart. Let's see if they can replicate it. TNR looking for a better launch, but they did catch up to them quite quickly on, of course, the back straight. That's the main thing, is keeping in touch with the car ahead, get to the straight. Good slipstream run early on. And here we go, start of stint 9. Good jump from the front 3 cars. JJ Red's all over the back of Blade. Blade grabs a little bit of grass there, gets away with it though. Head to the back straight. There's a decent gap, first to second. Those second and third very close together. HYR and AMS have been battling all night so far. And now they start to catch up to the NWR car. Comes Blade, decides to drop in behind for bollards go flying. First, second, third still quite close together. Fourth, fifth and sixth quite close together, also behind. Valhalla and HYR Fabil at the front of the GT field. Good battle behind Taco in the P4 spot. Single file for the prototypes. It's probably the most calm start we've seen from the prototypes so far. I think it's going to get heated up very quickly. Yeah, let's see at the back. Kasai has managed to get to the lead of the GT class. Valhalla in P2 and HYR has dropped to P3, changed for the lead. So those cars battle in the last stint in the mid pack, and they're battling up front at the moment. Jump back up to the front of the field. So they go through some tight sections. TNR Blade right on the back of the NWR car. Go back to Kasai. Oh, Kasai was a big slide. It was that HYR Mustang that we've seen a lot of so far tonight. A little bit of contact. Through goes Valhalla. Kasai back to P3. Jump back forward again. And first and second has skipped away a little bit, but the Reds are having a really good run. The SCL, oh, you want to be careful with that curb. Don't want to get any damage from it. Go through the final section at Le Mans here. And we complete lap 1. NWR leads from HYR and AMS in P3. Look back at our GT class, and the HYR Mustang has started to skip away, and it's leaving these 4 cars, Valhalla, Kasai, EVI Echo and Ferrari, all battling for second. Go back to the front. Head on to the back straight here. Proto starting to space out a little bit, but the front 3 still in striking distance. early pit stops for a bunch of GT cars, so they might have got caught up in something. Both this Eagle, Australis, and Chaos all involved in something or doing a very bold strategy. Here we go. TNR Blade. His attempt to the lead. Oh, a little bit of a block there right near the end to get back to the racing line. Not quite sure if they planned to move that quickly across or not. Luckily, no contact. JJ Reds still just sitting behind. He's done that most of tonight. An expert at waiting for an opportunity to get by two drivers at once. We got a good battle for the lead still here. Go back and check on our battle for second. Now it looks like battle for three as Kasai has a bit of a breathing room. Looks like our main focus should be back at the prototypes for the race lead. Oh, a little wiggle there from JJ Reds as he goes out from behind the HYR car. Some very clean and calm opening laps in my opinion for Stint 9. JJ Reds right behind Blade. Right to the wall is the NWR car. So close to hitting it, and they're really wide, they're extremely wide, and I think they're around. No, they saved it. Just. Gonna cut the track a little bit and rejoin, but rejoin right at the back of this train. Prototypes back to P7. Big moment in this race, and early pit stop of the CBL car. That means HYR takes the lead. Is TNR Blade, JJ Reds behind, and Taco is in P3, not too far behind the front two cars at the moment. So TNR Blade, first time we've seen him on stream tonight. But JJ Reds and Taco are from the last couple of stints, so they are in full race mode. Interesting how exhausted they may be though later in the stint. Right now they're full attack on the back of TNR Blade. First, second, third, really close together. Taco shoots out and is going to go for the lead. It was a big dive. Third to first. What a move by Taco. Blade drops to P2 and JJ Reds back to P3. Job not done though. And looks like JJ Reds is going to try to do the same thing. It was a big slingshot to the lead. So being in P3 right now, you get an insane draft from the front two cars. Taco back to P2. Shoots back out. Goes to the inside for a move on JJ Reds. They're side by side. Parks the car on the corner. Nice job there. JJ has to be careful of the gravel on the outside. And falls back into P2. TNR Blade just sitting in P3 at the moment. You know what, the rest of the prototype field not too far behind. One of those drivers in that field being our early race leader. bump in the back. Obviously, it's caught back on the back of this pack. Was a bit of a hiccup last lap by. Did a good job of saving the car, not spin it back onto the live track. Could have easily collected another driver, but good heads-up racing there. And we've seen a little mistake from Blade, which has seen him drop back a lot off these two. Something happening with the HYR car. Focus on the battle for the lead a little bit. Make sure they pull any cool moves. NWR into the pits. And I think that's a smart move after what happened early on. We went 10 minutes through this stint already. Yeah, early pit stop, get out of the traffic, run some clean laps and try to make up some time, especially on these two if these two fight pretty hard. First and second in the prototypes. What one thing is, TORA Blade doesn't want to lose these two. Just they start to work together and start slipstream each other quite well. Battle each other decently hard and still gain time. The problem also is getting attacked from behind. And that is the Lamborghini. SMX Lamborghini up to P3. TORA Blade back to P4 now. And it is GRT just behind them, so the HYR cars are all partnered up again. TORA Blade getting back to the P3 position ahead of that Lamborghini. SMX falls back to P4 by a really bad exit from TORA Blade. Very vulnerable. A bit further up. Oh, those guys are battling. Oh, it's close, but I don't think a move's going to happen yet. We look back here for P3. And it's SMX back to P3. Blade back to P4, may even lose this position to the other HYR car. HYR 4th and 5th right now. JJ Red's right on the back of Taco for the lead of the prototypes. Right towards the wall. He's got that wall a couple of times tonight already. J Red's pushing that AMS car to the max at the moment. Taco is probably the best I've seen from him so far. And some leading laps under their belt. Still a good battle back here for third. We're going to go 3 wide into T1 perhaps. No, thinks better of it at the moment. And that looks like Blade looking for the P3 spot. But it doesn't look like they get it and falls back to P5. Behind the team car, the fellow team car. Further, I think there was a mistake from JJ Reds. We've seen them drop off the race leader of Taco in the P2 spot. Go back to our Blade. Actually, a little bit further up for P4. So we got a Lamborghini, a BMW, and a Porsche prototype all fighting each other right now. GRT up to P3 onto the podium. These guys working together and actually catching JJ Reds now. It's good news for Taco, to be honest, but JJ, if he gets caught by these guys, he might be able to actually do the same thing and catch Taco again. Top 5 cars very close together in the prototypes. Have a quick look back in the GT field, and HYR Mustang leads from Kasai, Valhalla in P3 in the Mercedes. Ferrari not too far behind. Eddie going for a big move on Elsa B. That car won the last stint. It's won 3 stints out of the 4 I've watched tonight. Good little battle here actually. Bunch of the GT field. And it looks like we're going to go 3 wide at the back of the pack here. Love some 3 wide action tonight. They're going to close in on each other. They don't want to sandwich the car in the middle or glue and go off everywhere. A little bit of bumps. And we all survive so far, and we go single file as we exit the little chicane there. And I think they're going to try to go 3 wide again. But it looks like Elsa does not want to be in the middle again if they're going to go 3 wide, and they are going to go 3 wide again. I think it's the LES machine in the middle that we saw those two cars fighting for the win in the last stint. Down in the pack a little bit here. See one of the Porsches that we saw fighting in one of the stints, who I think got runner-up in one of the stints. So that is that. Meanwhile, what's happened to JJ Reds? JJ Reds down to P5 now. Another mistake in the grass, into the wall. So something's happened with their momentum. I'm not quite sure if they're just getting exhausted from so many stints back to back. I'll have a quick look actually. Don't see anything major, so just a bit of lapse in concentration. Go back up, and the Lamborghini is up to P2, and it's HYR 3 and 4, and we just see JJ Reds in the background in P5 in the AMS car. AMS on not AMS, HYR on HYR battle here. Hopefully we can do a bit of teamwork and try to catch back up to that SMX Lamborghini. See Tina Blade shoot back in front, playing a little game of leapfrog up to P3. We'll look back at our GT field. got a good battle here. Inside the Red Fox, being one of our first drivers to pit in the GT field, 20 minutes into the race, and it looks like Elsa will follow in, and a few other GTs doing their first mandatory stop. Still leading the GT field is the HYR Mustang, doing a great job. Ferrari, that's in a Mustang, is P11. Just behind them is Valhalla, driving the Mercedes AMG. Go back forward. So some prototype action, teammate on teammate. Oh, gets the wall, loses position though. Doesn't look like any damage. Just hit it flat enough. These guys losing time. A little bit ahead was all that. And our race leaders in the pits, so it's now HYR 1-2 as the rest of the prototypes are in the pits. SM Michael's also in the pits for Swordfish, BMW prototype. Oh, be careful there. That was a very dangerous game to play with a lap car at a really awkward corner. So our leader has exited the pits and he'll continue his race. WR, who we saw pit really early, comes out P5. Good news, it's a long black screen. EVR Echo gone, the Evolve Racing team will record a DNF in Stint 9. We're going to see AMS versus NWR, which we saw a lot for 5th and 6th right now. Here comes JJ Reds. Up to P5. Retaliation will be the NWR car firing into the inside. Oh, they're both trying to outbrake that BMW. Oh, a little bit of contact. Goes right, wide. They both survive at the moment, but a little bit of contact. Both of them wanted to get past that BMW. Did not want to get held up by him. That means JJ Red's back to the front of this little pack here is NWR and CBL not too far behind. Our leading GT cars are now entering the pit lane. Interesting how that all sorts out. Or just following each other at the moment. Oh, a little mistake there from JJ Reds again. See those small errors creeping in. Not good. Both HYR cars into the pit lane. And of course, our main focus will be on these prototypes as where will the HYR cars pop out from? or in, I should say, in this order. Highlighted on the map is AFC Taco, who was our race leader before the pit stops began. TNR Blade exiting now, and we just see Taco go by, and looks like we're going to see the SMX car also go by. It's actually not too far behind our race leader. The HYR cars will pop out 3 and 4, with AMS and NWR still fighting 5th and 6th. They're not too far behind the HYR cars. That is a current prototype order after a round of pit stops. Tell you what, don't think this race is all sorted yet. Very fast drivers and team cars outside the podium at the moment. HYR side by side, and Blade will go up to P3 and lead this train of prototypes. Just going to get past one of the BMW GT cars, decides to move out of the way. Let these guys fight on. It's a HYR roadblock ahead of JJ Reds, but he'll get by one of them, and we are not too far behind our early race leader. Trying to follow each other, get that slipstream. JJ gonna go around the outside for P3. Gets the job done. Up to P3 is the Alien Motorsport Porsche prototype. And Stint 8 winning car and driver combination. Gap first and second is not much. WR right on the back. The HYR leading prototype, or leading way of live timing. We got an awesome battle here right now. Worthless Eagle into the pit lane. Oh, there's the AFMG GT car in a really awkward spot as 4 prototypes go flying by. That was Devise who's in that Mercedes. I tell you what, here comes the Lamborghini. We haven't seen much of the Lamborghini prototype tonight, but here it comes, and it's catching Taco at the moment. Keep an eye on JJ Reds back to P4, and WR up to P5. TNR Blade back to P6. With a slide out here, and JJ will take the lead of this pack. P3 at the moment. Look back forward. First and second. Looks like Taco should have a bit of a gap. prototypes trying to use a little of the slipstream from the GT cars. NWR as slingshot up to P3. JJ Red's back to P4. The two HYR cars 5th and 6th now. As they have to deal with some GT cars. As most of the racing field in B-Lobby are all grouped together now on this back straight. JJ Red's up to P3, NWR back to P4, and followed by two HYR prototypes. Look a bit further up, see how the fight for the lead's going. Just slightly trailing behind, probably a bit too far back to send a move at the moment. Meanwhile, JJ Reds hodes out the NWR car. We'll skip forward again. Just the battle for the lead. Looks like they're catching up to Kasai, I'm pretty sure, in the Mustang. Yep. It's past the Mustang easily. And still not close enough for a move yet. Trying to keep an eye on all 6 cars because they're really close together, the prototypes, at the moment. After 30 minutes worth of racing, all close together. GT field at the moment decently split up. Gets the wall. That is AFC Taco. Here comes the SMX car. Right there now. Let's see what they can do following. Taco wasn't the best run through that final section there. 3rd, 4th and 5th all a bit spaced out now. So main focus would be the battle for the lead. Right on board was the Lamborghini for a little section here. Battle for the lead of the GT class. It's going to be a good battle again. It's Kasai, bring on HYR. Fabil. Kasai to the lead of the GT field. It's a twin Mustang lead. Well, it's a Mustang 1, 2 and 3. Ferrari behind, but looks like the Mercedes of Valhalla wants to get onto that podium. Battle for the lead. Kasai, a bit of a kerfuffle there, side by side. HYR trying to do it around the outside. Doesn't get it done yet. Kasai back to lead, holds position. Valhalla though gets the job done and moves up to P3. They've got the Corvette of SMX Eddie not too far away in P5. Meanwhile, while we're looking away, change of lead in the prototypes. SMX, Lamborghini up to P1, and Taco now back to P2 and under fire by AMS JJ Reds. Had a little bit of a hiccup at the start there, and now showing the pace they had in the last stint. Around the outside goes JJ. And can't get the job done, stays in P3. All this battling allowing the SMX car to start to pull a gap to second and third. WR a little bit further back, and HYR cars losing track of the front field here. Once again, we're getting a battle for the lead of the GT class. And these guys are going to get passed by a prototype. And that has split that little fight up slightly. Taco closing the gap to our leader again. Go around the outside, hopefully get the job done. Get to the inside, close enough. Cannot, but here comes JJ Reds, and it looks like Taco's just going to go on a quick defense there and maintain P2. And WR is looking to join the fight in P4 at the back there. Have a 4-car fight, hopefully for the lead of the prototype class. Continue to have a fight at the back, at the front of the GT field. Look at it. Here we go. Here comes Kasai alongside the HYR team. We got NWI car going into the pits, and Kasai back to the lead and holds the gap well. First, second, third, all close together. We are going for the early pit stop because they went for the early stop for their first stop, and that's actually probably a smart move also this time by, because these three are all closing in on each other. Taco, not the best of runs through there, losing a bit of time to our race leader. And now has JJ Reds right behind him. Our race leader for the GT class, Kasai the Red Fox, is into the pit lane, and a few other of our GT drivers have followed. Is our prototype field, as I said, first, second, third, all close together at the moment. Still, oh, that was a little bit of a mistake from Taco there. Going deep under brakes and just messing up that corner completely. And here comes JJ Reds again. So a bit of a yo-yo effect between the three cars. JJ looked to the inside, but thinks better of it. Will sit behind NP3. Surprised if we see these cars enter the pits shortly. Side by side for the lead, and Taco will get back to the front. Oh, not the best under brakes there. But we'll still have the nose ahead and we'll still lead at the moment. Drag race there, and we'll just get it ahead. Not the best run out of that corner from all the three drivers then. And Taco gets away with one. Lamborghini just sitting in P2 at the moment. The SMX team, a really good performance in Stint 9. A little bit wide offline there. Far from ideal, loses a bit of time to a leader. And looks like we're gonna see some pit stops. First, second, and third all into the pit lane. Leads the GT class at the moment, Valhalla P2. The rest of the field, Ferrari, Devise, and Kasai, who was in the GT field. Both HYR cars going out, staying out for another lap, like they did earlier in the race. And they will have positions 1 and 2 in the prototype field at the moment. Side by side in the GT class. Looks like this is going to be a decent little fight here. Elsa versus Worthless Eagle. 16th and 17th on track. Mid-pack in the GT class. Michael's in the pits. Prototype. Side by side action, and who will break first? It looks like Eagle will back out a little bit and allow Elsa to have the ideal line. Meanwhile, prototypes, they've exited the pits and they're going to continue their fight. NWR actually lost time on these guys because they actually worked together a little bit. Taco, JJ Reds, and SMX all close together, and that is for the effective race lead for prototypes. Interesting line there, but we all survived. That's the main thing. That was, I think, its plan was to avoid trying to cut across AMS, JJ Reds. JJ do? Worst thing is, while you're in this pack, not to make a huge mistake and put yourself into the wall, because with that extra bit of slipstream, you're going to go a lot quicker into these braking zones. It's really easy to misjudge a corner, and any contact in the prototype and it's virtually game over because a lot of damage you can get, which we saw with a couple of drivers in some early stints. Still on defense, bit of contact, still hold position. Interesting, one of the HYR cars decides to go for another lap. TORA Blade is into the pits though. Taco still holding off JJ Reds. They've kind of dropped the SMX car in the last couple of corners. NWR still just sitting behind these guys. Exit the pit lane. It's the HYR car of TORA Blade, and he'll join this fight. And look at it now, it's a 5-car fight for the lead. Five prototypes all battling for the lead after 48 minutes worth of racing, or nearly 48 minutes worth of racing. Mistake there from TORA Blade on some cold tyres. Might get a bit swamped at the back there. They're going to go 3 wide in the background. Once again, they split out single file with NWR making up 2 spots then. Currently P4. Race leader still yet to do pit stop to get on board with everyone else that you see on screen right now. Top 5 all very close together. Go for a move here. Nope, still going to sit behind. So at the moment we just have to not much to talk about when they're all sitting behind each other at the moment. They're all working and just playing a game of chess. As we saw before, sitting behind someone for a long time and not pulling a move puts a lot of stress on the leader. And there we go, JJ Reds to the lead. Gets the job done easily with a good slipstream. Taco back to P2. TORA Blade dropping off a little bit. But everyone getting bulked up there has probably allowed it to get back into the slipstream. Our race leader in the pit. Last of our prototypes to do the 3rd round of pits, I'm pretty sure. So it'll be interesting where they pop out. That's the BMW HYR car. Bit of contact there on that wall. the CBL car going back into the pit lane for another pit stop. Hey, where does the HYR BMW pop out? Go join this fight. They're all close together still. Drop to the tail of the fight by the looks of it. No, just ahead of TNR Blade. For some reason, it's dropped even further back into P6. First and second pulling away from third backwards. We got a battle for the GT lead again. Kasai leads at the moment. That HYR Mustang hasn't left him alone. Gets out of the draft. Go around the outside to try to get the inside for the next corner. And that will be a job well done perhaps. Kasai's going to try to stay around the outside to get the inside for that next corner. I love this section of Le Mans. Good racing moments. A bit of a bump in the back of Kasai. Be careful of that wall there. And we'll go side by side again. Fabil trying to get to the lead. Bit of a switchback here from Kasai. You're going to go side by side. Oh, just gets off the wall. I was a little bit worried there. I thought they were going to get put into the wall. It's really not a passing opportunity around the outside there. Luckily, both cars survive. Kasai falls back to P2, but not done yet. Eagle into the pit lane in the GT class. Kasai looking for a move into T1 here. At the inside line, try to get ahead and move across. And will do. Great move there, back to the lead. Hey, I'm back, and it looks like not really many changes in the field. We've got JJ Reds getting attacked in the prototypes, and we'll just see these guys sort each other out. So those guys quite close together. The main focus right now is our prototype class. So we got about 40 minutes remaining for Stint 9. There we go, catching the back of that LES car, which has a couple of LES drivers in it. Getting bulked up a bit. Looks like the NWR car bulked up a little bit. And the leader got a bit held up just because it's a really awkward corner. And I've talked about that a little bit tonight, is those awkward corners with some of the GT cars and some of the prototype cars. There's nothing you can really do, you just have to wait. Or try to wait as much as you can. And JJ right on the back of our leader again. Taco, he got back to the lead. One of our main drivers who was leading for a little while, back to P5. That's how close the field is right now. Thank everyone who is tuning in. If you are tuning in, I had to take a bit of a bathroom break. The beauties of streaming non-stop. And here we go. Battle for lead. Oh, gets the wall. That's JJ Reds, and they're going to get held up. The Porsche. And JJ Reds is going to go around the outside for the lead. And AFC Taco goes from first to third after that. And a few of our prototypes decide to jump into the pits. And WR being one of them. SMX being another. And a bunch of GT cars have went in. First and second. No, first in the GT class. HYR Fable has decided to stay out. A wild section of corners there. Excellent pits. Swordfish car, Ford Swordfish BMW. There's some laps with SFM Michaels. Just getting through a bunch of lap cars at the moment. Yeah, a bit of a GT field. One of those drivers in our GT field is the Vise, who's not too far from SMX Eddie. As I said, sun out, so we get to see some of these beautiful liveries on these race cars that these artists put a lot of effort in it. It takes some of these, they spend weeks on it for the race to get everything perfectly done. Same as the work that goes into the tunes for these drivers, the testing with the tunes to find out what car you want. A lot of car selection, a lot of discussions happen. Weeks of preparation lead up to these races. A couple of drivers that decide to stay out all bunched together still. That's the crazy thing, the prototype field over an hour and it's been all grouped together still. Some very talented drivers in the B lobby. I believe there's 26 prototypes altogether across the 3 lobbies. of course 40 odd, or I think it's 34, a little bit more GT drivers. So we have drivers throughout the field, and we've had full lobby again, 23 cars plus myself. You see our remaining prototype drivers going to the pits, except for GRT, who stays out as they ran really late in their last stint. Bit of a slide though there. And HYR, the other HYR car of TNR Blade, choosing to stay out also. Markle's in the pit lane. Prototypes. WR back up to P5. If this prototype wins the stint, we'll have 5 different prototype winners in the 5 stints I have covered. So, I'm hoping we can see this BMW get the dub in the stint. Driving really well at the moment. So it's starting to space out a fair amount. JJ Reds and FC Taco. Of course, we'll see where the HYR cars slot back in after pit stops. It's a bit of a quiet moment. So, current GT leader. Still waiting to see them visit the pit lane. Of course, their main rival, Kasai, done their latest stop. It's a bit further back. Right on board with the Porsche for a little while. We'll wait for the HYR cars to pit. And a few other drivers to pit out of our leading fields. Here we go, battle for the lead. Saw the HYR cars go into the pits and they've popped out 2nd and 4th. It's the BMW HYR prototype team ahead of the Porsche team. Now we've got ourselves a battle for the lead of the prototypes. As said, the BMW looking for a stint win here. We'll make it 5 from 5 from the last stints. Said we're kind of just in a bit of a chill moment at the moment. Is the best way to put it. And I think it's going to get heated very soon. Most drivers, they're at the stage where they're just looking at distance. A lot of them will be looking at live time and seeing what they have to do. A lot of the battling happens early on, where position kind of means everything, because, well, it does for you starting position later on. Right now, it's all just in distance in general. These two have pulled away from the rest of the prototype field. Looks like JJ Red's comfortable in the lead at the moment. There we go, we've got a good field here. There's the AFMG car of Devise there. Ferrari involved. And who's that just ahead of them? Or behind them actually. It's the Elias car. Spreen. So yeah, we got a 3-car fight in the GT field. The mid pack of the GT field. Right now. Devise getting amongst it. SMX Eddie involved, so Ferrari's further up the road. So we've got a little bit wide there, and now Devise looks like they're going to take advantage of this and move up to P18 perhaps. How strong is the Mercedes? Doesn't look as strong as the Corvette in a straight line at the moment. No mistake there. The Sprint sees them drop behind SMX Eddie. And Eddie gets a bit of a gap there. The rest of the field. Gap between first and second is absolutely nothing here, and that's what we'll go watch, the lead of the GT class. Eye on our prototypes, still close together, but these guys are very close, and Kasai wants that stint win. Getting close to only one stop remaining to the end of the race. Here comes Kasai, gets the nose ahead and will lead the GT class. Fable not done yet though. It's funny how the slipstream works. You get a run and then someone gets a good side draft on you. They'll get the run back on you. These two have been the class act of Stint 9 of the GT class. Both put in a great performance. Right towards the wall, both drivers. Looks like they're still trying to work together to pull away from the rest of the field. So it's still a pit stop to go, so there's no point doing anything extremely silly. And of course, distance is the name of the game. Now, here's the distance between first and second. Decent gap at the moment. CBL going into the pits. And they should be safe to the end, I believe. Yeah, decent gap back there. I think I just saw a mistake from TORA Blade, which makes them lose a position down to P5. Sadly, the Lamborghini's dropped off from the pack a little bit. Not too far away though. We go focus back to the lead of the GT pack. They go side by side. Fable holds the lead at the moment. Parks it on the corner. And we've got a change of the lead for the GT class once again. Decent gap here. We're just keeping up to date to a couple of messages I got, but comfortable gap between first and second. We'll look back ahead. So everyone quite spaced out. Only battle on track. Oh, never mind. We've got a battle at the back here. 4th and 5th. Oh, we still got that battle in the GT class also. NWR fighting with TNR Blade. These cars are the NWR car and the HYR car. They've been consistently some of the leading cars in the field. Surprisingly enough, neither are in the top 3 at the moment, 4th and 5th. So GT field. Saw a couple of changes of position, but it looks like they're spread out again. Quite spaced out. Near the end of the stint, sadly. Why we sort of saw Kasai take the lead again from HR Fable. About 20 minutes remaining just over 20 minutes remaining for this stint. Thank you all for that, all the people that have stuck with me at the moment. It's been a very long stream. So move getting done for the position. No, Kasai hangs on. Good run there. This is a section where you really want to be leading from. There's no advantage from really sticking behind someone. Let's do here. You might be able to pull away just enough that by the time you go around again, Slipstream won't have really any advantage for the car behind. That they won't gain on you. Won't gain enough to get ahead of you. Thank you all. Oh, here we go. Kasai going to the pits. It's for all the teams that have competed so far. As I said, it's like we've had most of the teams all rock up. I think a couple of drivers just missed their stints. But for this late in the race, for everyone to still be racing, it's great to see. Out many drivers withdrawing, many teams withdrawing their cars. But yeah, Kasai in the pits. And all set to finish the race already. A few other GT drivers ready to do the same. And Fabel will do a couple more laps. Try to get ahead of Kasai by the time they pit. So, JJ Red's trying to go back-to-back stint wins 8 and 9. And has a good gap back to P2. Taco, who led for a good chunk of the stint back in P3. WR, who led early and then sadly had a bit of a spin, dropped all the way down. Currently hanging P4. Tina Blade going around one of the GT class drivers, hanging in P5. As we see a couple of our prototypes do their final pit stops. The SMX Lamborghini, they're going to go into the pits also. They led for a little while also, which was a good performance from them. Had some serious pace at one point. I thought they were going to win the stint. So JJ Red staying out, Taco staying out, Blade staying out. Field back here, all spaced out. A little bit close at the back here though. Some action might happen soon enough. We've got a couple of cars exiting the pit lane. Is the rest of the field still quite spaced out? Have there someone might have joined the session to view? Just having a look. Valhalla again onto the back of a Corvette. That looks like the closest cars on track for position. Looks like a position change, perhaps. Weird line there, big dive to the inside. I thought they were going to collect the wall at that point. And off is the Corvette. into the gravel trap, loses 2 positions. Big shame for that car. Just won the stint beforehand. 2 positions till the end of stint 9. And our GT leader is into the pits. Which were our Fable, and I assume a lot more people are going to go into the pits now. So the focus for the GT battle is how good is Kasai's, what do you call it? Excellent lap? Excellent lap, the first warm-up lap after the pit stop. A good lap here can see them, 1, retake the lead of the GT field, and 2, maybe even a bit of a buffer back, and so that he can pull away, not worry about the slipstream causing the driver to catch back up to you. First and second in the race for the prototypes are into the pits, JJ Reds and Taco. Blade coming around now. Oh, I was meant to watch this battle on the exit, and that's a lot larger gap than I was expecting between the GT leaders. Kasai losing a lot of time for some reason. But that is first and second set to the end for the GT class. Now Blade staying out by a couple of the GT drivers. GT going by back into P3. FC Taco P4. JJ Reds is into P2 and safe to the end now. Michael's going to the pits. Their final stop. There's less than 14 minutes remaining in stint number 9 before we hit the stint 10 for the end of the stream. I can relax for a bit. I believe we get to see Stokey Drove possibly race for the final stint. No, he's hosting stint 10. Hopefully he can bring the HYR prototype back to the front of the field in his stint. Even though they've been doing a good job collecting that distance. Pretty close to a couple of cars, but no battle yet. We're doing a good job in the Mustang. That is for P6. Device moving up. Spreen. Has to get on the defense though. Spreen trying to go around the outside, thinks better of it. Devise goes for defense. They're gonna have a prototype catch up to these guys, and that's JJ Reds. Both of them done. Devise still on the defense. Good car positioning from AFMG Devise. TORA Blade into the pits. I believe that is our last prototype to do their pit stops. So they should be all set to finish the race. We see a prototype go by. Our GT cars, oh, AFMG device left no room and he's off into the gravel. Off into the gravel, and that's a shame for that battle. Rejoins. Be careful of the prototype going by. That's a real shame. What was going to look like a good battle gets the wall a little bit and then just offline into the gravel. I believe AMS JJ Reds will retake the lead. There's nearly 10 minutes remaining, just over 10 minutes remaining in this session. Blade exiting the pits, 4 just behind the NWR car, about P5. Little moment there with, it looks like a GT car for the NWR team, but everything seems fine. Then everyone quite spaced out. It's a real shame. It's probably been the most quiet stint. Kasai really sliding that Mustang around a lot. But yeah, one of the most quiet stints so far. And hopefully we get a lot more action in stint 10. Ourselves a bit of a battle pack here. The GTs though, mid pack GT, you can always trust on some action being there at least. McLaren, a Corvette and a Mustang, all pretty close. Just the McLaren of Eagle. Elsa and of course Ferrari. They are 14th, 15th and 16th on track. A lot of cars all at the back that you can actually see the mini map. So a lot of GTs and prototypes all bunched together here, all having their own different races. And into the gravel is both GT cars actually, the McLaren and the Corvette, and Ferrari will take 2 positions there. Move up to 14th. Most importantly, P5 in the GT class. Prototypes getting through the field. Actually, a battle in the prototypes. At the back of the prototypes, it is Michael's trying to hold off the HYZ car. Michael's around the outside, good cover there. But here comes the dive, what a move. How can Michaels respond to this? It's good seeing battles throughout the field. Getting a couple different people on the camera, on the stream. And this is stint 9, right near the end of stint 9, 7 minutes remaining. Oh, big mistake there, really wide, and Marcos will go back through up to P8. Meanwhile, little mistake by NWR has seen TORA Blade go back up to P4. back to the GT field and see if we've all bunched up again. It's quite spaced. They're close, but they're not close at the same time. Less than 6 minutes remaining. Oh hell yeah, we got a battle for the lead for the prototypes. All of a sudden, the HYR BMW has found a lot of pace and has caught up to JJ Reds. I'm not quite sure if that was helped with a bit of the traffic with the GT cars, because you can see everyone is on that back straight. So could we get a grandstand finish here? Bit of bollards getting moved out of the way. We thought the prototype racing was done. Didn't think there was going to be any more changes to the lead. And here it is. There's the change for the lead. Mistake from JJ Reds. And the HYR BMW takes the lead. JJ has been so quick in this stint, but he's went back-to-back stints. He might have went 3 back-to-back stints. He's not done though. He is definitely not done. With less than 5 minutes remaining. JJ though needs to stick to him. Losing a lot of ground here. Definitely not ideal. Gathers it back up a little bit. Good run through there from the AMS driver. Oh, a bit of a shake in the steering. Not ideal, but gets away with it. Get a good run into T1 and get right behind HYR car. 3.5 minutes remaining. Insane prototype finish. We saw a brilliant prototype finish a couple of stints ago with SFM Darksa 4-car fight, but this is for the win. This is for the lead. What we've been waiting for is a prototype battle for the win. It will go down to the final couple of minutes. Little mistake there from JJ Reds. But it's all good again. He's pushing hard. You can see it. It's a stint win. It means something for these drivers. Distance is one thing, but if you get a stint win, it's good bragging rights to say to your teammates. And JJ Red's back to the lead. There goes all the bollards again. It's all good. We'll get the marshals to put them back up again for the next lap. JJ Reds has a HYR BMW prototype right behind him. AMS versus HYR with a GRT driver behind the wheel. And JJ Reds has a bit of breathing room here. Found an extra gear after he lost the lead. But this race is far from done. Minute and a half left. You have to take every single opportunity you're given now. Will they get to the any major straights again? I think the best opportunity may be T1. But if the door opens, I think you're gonna go for it. We're in the final minute of Stint 9. AMS and HYR neck and neck. Oh, big moment on the curbs there for both drivers. On two different curbs though. Gonna go through the final little section here at Le Mans. Needs a perfect run here. Get a perfect run out of that final corner. Oh, not really ideal for both. Can the slipstream save them though? JJ trying to hang on. Wants to go back-to-back stint wins. And it looks like that's gonna happen. Looks quite safe. 10 seconds remaining. And it's gonna be job done for AMS. JJ Reds. Back-to-back stint wins for 8 and 9. Amazing finish to the stint. There we go, everyone. Well, is it a stint win? Oh, funny moments. What a battle at the end there. AFC Taco P3 touched the lead for a little bit, same as NWR. TNR Blade up and down stint for them. Actually not too far behind. That was a decent battle. 4th and 5th. What's happened here? The game's still unsure what's happening. The rest of the prototype drivers. HYR gets the dub though when it comes to the GT racing. Kasai will get P2. Good battle between those two drivers for most of the race. P3 goes to the Porsche. Valhalla P4. P5 is Ferrari. Got the better of the two drivers behind after they both went into the sand trap. And those are your remaining drivers. Screw. 6 stints straight. That's insane. Who would ever do that? I'm definitely not going to be doing my 6th stint of commentary soon. But thank you all for tuning in at the moment. Should be good. We'll get ready for the next stint. I think Joe might be still in the chat, perhaps. He should be able to send me an invite. And we're all set. So I'll get back out and get ready for the invite for stint 10. Should be able to find it actually. There he is. Join. Okay, should be able to join. Should be perfect. Awesome. The final stint for myself tonight. 3 more stints remaining, including this one. So not long left in TORA's Le Mans 24hr. Let's choose a cool car, I guess. I think I found one I wanted last time. Where is it? There we go. Last year's Sebring 12-hour livery on the Porsche. Absolutely love this livery. Simple but looks so nice. And I'll get ready to spectate for everyone there. yeah, we're about to go ready for the final stint. Hopefully everyone jumps in and tunes in to watch. Okay, we're just waiting at the moment before we go racing. Oh, my legs. Oh, crack goes everything. Nice. At some point, I'll probably get some food during this race. Because I am hungry and it's getting between dinner time. And nearly finished my drink. Beauty about being so cold at the moment is that your drink never goes warm. So we're just waiting for a few more drivers. JJ Red's going for another stint, perhaps. That's insane. Possibly going for a hat trick, perhaps. That could be something insane. I don't think. Oh, I wonder if anyone's done a hat trick of stint wins. And that means like the same driver, same car, back to back to back when there's some stints. Especially in B lobby. HYR sleepy. I'm pretty sure some people are. You got Raygun back in here. FMG Stickies here. Is back. And that was a stint winner. Look at anyone else here. Valhalla's in the field again. EVR Santa, that should be a pretty good driver. LP Bilbo is here. Rocket is back. Carbon is back. We saw Carbon a while ago. Stokey Joe in the field and is hosting. Hilfiger is also in the field. The SMX car, that Lamborghini. Really weird sounding Lamborghini it is. NWR car back again. Pretty sure they'll still be starting off pole. And most important thing for the HYR team, mainly the Mustang team, is a stint win really helps their progress. In the way of where they start the stints. And Raygun taking over from Kasai, I know that for sure. So that should be a good battle to keep track of, is the battle between these two Mustangs. They've been quite close each time, doesn't matter which driver's in the car, so it's good to see. Valhalla had some decent pace every now and then in that Mercedes, can't write them off at all. Been getting some good distance each stint. I don't think we've seen all of the speed from EVR. Not quite sure how good the Lexus actually is as an option, but they chose to stick with the Lexus, and we're loading in, which is really good, so we can get some green flag racing and get into this, as it is getting late. We're only a little bit behind, or a decent chunk behind, but that is okay after all things considered. Someone joined the group a little bit late. How that's going to affect the squad, hopefully. They did miss the call up by a little bit, unless they're just going to tune in and watch. We got a few people sitting here in the chat. Feel free to say hello, have a chat as we're about to end the stream after the stint. Should be a good stint finale, hopefully. Again, right into this. Very shortly. The long grid, it's a big grid. 22 cars. We've lost a driver between the two stints, between the last stint, I think. We may have lost them a little while ago. I know it's been jumping between 22 and 23 drivers for most of the stints here. But NWR and HYR first and second. Doing a good battle. What does Stokey Joe have up his sleeve as we head into the race lobby? Seeing the pace of the NWR cars and HYR cars. Had a good battle near the end that we missed because we were focused on the battle for the win. Probably not the results they wanted in that last stint, but still carried some good distance. Main focus again is the AMS car. Because it's in top shape right now. Absolute top shape. Question is the driver still in top shape? Because he's been doing a bunch of stints now. It's a mega performance so far, back-to-back stint wins from AMS JJ Reds. So now, can he make it a hat-trick? Got the second of the HYR car starting in P4. AFZ Carbon, who's back in the field, will be P5. The Lamborghini in P6. And the rest of the GT field. And looks like we're all backing out because we've lost one of the GTs straight away. And that's a real shame because now we have to re-grid everyone. Back out and then we'll get ready up as quick as we can. We're gonna all ready up as quick as we can, which is good news. Get straight back into the just waiting again. A real shame, we're getting pretty far behind, which is not ideal. So fingers crossed we can get racing. I know you guys watching want to get and watch some racing. It's been a long long streaming session. I think it's getting close to 12 hours now, which is insane. Looks like we might be getting ready to go some green flag racing. Fingers crossed. Just waiting right now. Just chilling. Fingers crossed, everyone looks like they're ready up. Not quite sure if we're waiting for anyone. There we go, that looks like our full field now. So we are just chilling, Get into their Porsche. Always welcome another Porsche on the grid. Love to see it. We're loading in. Just wait for the grid to get set. Hey, we got AMS in here. There's someone chatting, yeah. I've just been sitting here waiting just a bit. It's good to see someone chatting. Alright, discussion. And let's see. As I was saying before, when we were loading in, we were talking about front two cars have been the benchmark for most stints tonight, getting a lot of distance. But the guy in form right now, and the car in form, is the AMS car of JJ Reds. Back-to-back stint victories, 8 and 9, going for the hat trick. See if they can do it as we load in. We're kind of out of P3, just behind the NWR car and HYR car that we were discussing about beforehand. We got that HYR BMW, which we saw battling with JJ Reds near the end of that race last stint, sharing the same row. Well, not row actually, because we got start single file, but we be starting right behind him. Hey, we got Brett in here also. We got the whole ASM crew, AMS crew. We got a bunch of aliens in the chat. How's that going? Yeah, going for the hat trick is AMS JJ Reds, doing I don't know how many stints in a row so far, but this is stint 3, I know for sure. FZ Carbon in the background, and we can't forget our GT field, HYR, Sleepy, Valhalla, Raygun, EVR Senna, not too far behind those guys. Focus, how does the launch go? With Green Flag Racing, and to even launch for the front 3 cars, Stokey Joe was a good launch to stick with the NWR car. Last couple of stints, it's been the car in second, kind of sleeping on the line. And a little bit wide, a little bit of contact, and that's an AMS car into the wall. How did he get away with that? Drops a couple of positions though. I thought that was going to be a huge crash for the AMS car of JJ Reds. It has a bit of work to do. We move back with our GT field, and it's a HYR car lead in that field. Behind them is Valhalla and Raygun in P3. We all go through there nicely. Go back to the front here. Battle for second, and it's between the two HYR cars. WR not messing around here. The job done, and talk about not messing around. JJ Reds on a recovery drive really early. A little bit of a quick recovery drive back up to P4. Looking at the car that was driven by Taco for the last couple of stints. Currently holding on to P5 in a battle with the HYZ drivers. You've had a very rough Lamont. There's JJ Reds behind the duo, the HYR duo. And one benefit HYR has had is these cars have been decently evenly paced. Oh, contact right in the back of the BMW. Probably caught out a little bit with a bit of the slipstream. MS JJ Reds up to third, but the HYR BMW team all the way back down to P8. There's the GT field going, and it's a bit wild side by side for the lead of the GT field. Valhalla to the lead. A bit of bump drafting happening here. EVR Senna, he's not messing around. That's the highest I've seen the EVR car. That Lexus, showing the pace of the Lexus. Currently P3. Just saw that HYR Mustang win stint 9. It's going for another stint win. But this Merc in Valhalla has been looking for that stint win early on. And we're seeing Eagle be the first driver to go into the pits. It's like everything. Trying to find a couple of cars battling in the background. We'll check up with our race leaders. Prototypes. And here's JJ Reds on the back of Stokey Joe. And they're going to go side by side. JJ though having the inside line. Head in there and Stokey Joe is going to back out. And just sit behind. NWR was a big slide ahead and into the wall. Our race leader. Big mistake there. Has to wait for the rest of the field to go by. And damage. Damage on top of everything else. 100% steering, 100% driveline. It's going to be a long trip back to the pits. And a pit stop really early in the race. But looked comfortable in the lead. And once again, an NWR car having some bad luck. Pushed it a bit too hard into that corner. Get back to our battle for the lead, which is now JJ Reds bring on Stokey Joe. So he's going for the hat trick. Little collision with the sister car of Stokey Joe, and the stewards will probably definitely look at that. Have a bit better angle than what we had in the spectator side of things. Right now the focus is between these two. Yeah, I think there may be a bit of fatigue in JJ, like going 3 stints in a row in a prototype would be pretty brutal. But doing a good job at the moment, still leading the pack. Still has the pace and is still locked in. Further back, spaced out. Recovery drive from the HYR BMW prototype. Only P6. On the back of P5. Grabs the wall a little bit. Nothing major. Don't think you're pushing hard enough if you haven't got that wall a little bit. And we got battles here. So we got 4 GT cars all close together. This is actually for the race lead. And it's the first time we've seen the Lexus hit the lead. And it's EVR Senna driving it. The Evolve car. This is the best we've seen the Evolve car drive in the last couple of stints. EVR, bring on HYR. We got, I believe, a couple of FFR drivers just behind that BMW. That was Kasai driving that in the last stint. And then you got Valhalla in the Mercedes at the back there, who was leading a little while ago. So 4-car fight for the lead in GT, and Senna is flying. Yeah, I was worrying about the Lexus. Meanwhile, NWR managed to get that prototype into the pit lane. Hopefully he can start gaining a bit more time back. And Senna into the pits early, and so is Valhalla. HYR Sleepy, Raygun, and BFL Striker staying out. They currently first, second, and third in the GT class now. Got a battle right now. Porsches Yeah, both Porsches are... Oh no, it's a BMW. Never mind, ahead. On board with Marino. Chasing down Condor. Trying to read some of the names. It's always interesting when we see a new driver for the stream. Easy remembering a couple of the drivers that have raced back to back, because I get plenty of time to get their names right, or at least get some kind of name for them. So here comes the Porsche, side by side with the BMW. See the AFMG car just in the background there also is AFMG sticky. So move done there. And look back to the front of the of the GT pack. It's the two Mustangs we saw battling for the win in Stint 9. Doing it again. Raygun versus Sleepy. Sleepy has the inside. No, but Raygun's going to go around the outside. And gets the lead of the GT class. Not the best of exits though. And that will open the door for HYR Sleepy to get a run back on them. Sleepy to the inside. See a move under brakes. No. So that position's held. Little gap behind here. Little battle behind, I should say. Recovery drive for a HYR car. Battle for P5. Oh, I want to be careful with that pit entry wall. Every time they go by it, I get a little bit worried that someone's going to hit it. And no doubt someone has hit it in either a different lobby or earlier on in the night, or even later. We have two stints left after this. A little bit wide by the HYR driver, but we'll probably get away with it. Don't lose too much time. Have to be careful going that wide. Get sucked into the wall. A pair of Mustangs leading the GT field. Expect we'll see a couple more GTs decide to go into the pits this lap. Get a stop done early. That has been the strat for a couple of drivers. Not quite sure if it's a strat or just how things have turned out. These two go by the pit lane. We'll look at leaders, and it's like a decent gap between the two. So Soki Joe's fallen off JJ Reds by a fair amount, actually. Think about it. Third and fourth quite spaced out also. Fifth and sixth quite close, as that move came done not long ago. There's the Lamborghini. 8. Oh, is that a mistake by a driver? Going wide? Was that just how everything's going? So, got a prototype. Although, of course, that is the NWR prototype that ended up in the wall. So that's what was happening. Just getting past all the GT cars again. It's on its way. Meanwhile, our Mustang battle is continuing. We've got Striker now battling Raygun, as HYR Sleepy has pulled a decent gap on both of these drivers. Yeah, K plays. Yeah, we're about an hour behind. That's about it. Just a little bit under an hour, so about 40 minutes behind, give or take a little bit more. So it shouldn't be too long. But yeah, we're we had a couple of hiccups, which was bound to happen at some point. We had too much of some clean sailing, smooth sailing, I should say. I was on the right cameras, as we just see Striker get ahead. These two actually closing down on HYR Sleepy. They are side by side still though. Both getting some good side draft. This might be some good teamwork here to catch up. Gonna have 3 Mustangs battling for the lead of the GT class. Cars in the background going off into the gravel. Real shame, but absolutely sideways. A few of these drivers, I'm not quite sure if they gave them a helping hand, but something definitely did happen. Battle for P4 in the prototypes. So you see that HYR car move back up the field after going off track with a little collision. Gets back to P4. I think the HYZ car has something to say about it. So they run all the way to the inside wall and probably shoot back to the racing line. And while we're looking at that, there's been a change for the GT lead, and Strike has got to the lead in that beautiful pink Mustang. HYR Sleepy though right behind, and Raygun not letting these two get away either. When do they pit though is the question. Not this lap. Virtually precision Mustang driving right now. All close together. Just behind them is SMX Eddie in that beautiful Corvette. LMP just getting up to P5 there. But a big move from HYR Sleepy. Doesn't pull it off though. Really sideways though. I thought that was going to be a big moment in the way of going into the wall. Luckily, saves it. And the battle continues for the lead. Wide for Striker, and here comes HYR Sleepy to the lead. Thing about these long straights is it gives enough opportunity for the guy who just got past at the start of the straight to get his spot back into the lead. See Striker take back the lead of the race and do a very interesting line through the chicane. Well, not the worst line we've seen. That goes to NWR sadly, but we're glad that they're sticking with it. Team's done a good job so far in the race, and it's just a shame that they get a little bit of damage, but they're able to get back to the pits. Side by side for the lead again for the GT class. Looks like Strike is going to hang around the outside, muscle their way alongside still, and these two trying to give each other a little bit of space. Has now invited another Mustang, and then we're going to go 3 wide with some Mustangs here. Yes, we are. And we have a Corvette just sitting in the background. 3 wide for the lead of GT. Who backs out first? It looks like Raygun backs out first, and Striker will hold on to the lead. HYR Sleepy still hanging there, and now we have a 4-car fight for the lead again. Awesome racing in the GT field. Feels like we have one stint that's a awesome proto battle, and then we get an awesome GT battle. And we're having an awesome GT battle right now. HY Sleepy around the outside, we'll get the inside for the next corner. And if Striker can stay on the outside, they will get the inside for the next corner. And I absolutely love that section of the track. So good for racing. Oh, be careful of the wall there. And Sleepy was not a great exit. It's going to get absolutely jumped here. Raygun moves up to second. It's still Mustang 1, 2, and 3. Oh, a bit of a slide for our leader. Bulks everyone up a little bit. A little bit of grass there. Be careful, you don't want to get too sideways. You easily get collected by the car behind. And it looks like we're going to have drivers into the pit. Raygun and Sleepy into the pits. Striker staying out, and SMX Eddie staying out. Goes into the pits. And so does a lot of the other GT drivers, including AFMG Sticky. Look back at our prototypes. Decent gap between first and second. And fourth spaced out. Fourth and fifth is spaced out also. And it looks like the whole GT field, whole prototype field is decently spaced out. But we still get a battle for the lead of the GTs, even though it's cut down to 2. Focus, though, will be on Valhalla, as one of the drivers that pitted super early. Let's see where he pops out. HY Sleepy. Valhalla and like Eagles there, but we've got side by side on the screen right now. Mustang versus Corvette. I won't be surprised if these guys are pitting next lap. Talk about pit stops. We have our leading prototype drivers start to do the pit stops. So as we've seen most of tonight, HY are going a little bit longer. With Stokey Joey now taking the lead. JJ Red's into the pits with a few other drivers. Rocket staying out. And it looks like SMX also staying out in that Lamborghini. So current race leader for the GT class, still yet to do their first stop for the race, is SMX Eddie. Yeah, it could definitely be a lot. Oh, here we go. It looks like we're going to get a move early. No, I say, yeah, definitely could be a lot more further behind, but I'm glad it isn't. I know last Le Mans we had just all sorts of disconnection problems, and I think we ended up an hour behind or something like that. It was something wild. Side by side for the lead. Mustang with some good straight line speed with the slipstream. It's the nose ahead. Though that side draft so strong, and it's going to go around the outside in the Corvette. Bold move here. It's a job well done. More drivers slide towards that wall. Kind of glad no one's actually hit that wall hard enough so far tonight. Here comes the Mustang again. It's a very strong run. Side by side though, not too bad. Though drops back behind. And will we see these guys go into the pits? this time. Yes, we will. We'll see Eddie into the pit lane. We'll also see Striker into the pit lane. And we have a bunch of GT cars all of a sudden, all close together. So while our leading GT cars are going to the pits also, these guys are battling those guys in the way of positions, because those, before the pit stops, this was the battle for the lead. Some of these cars were in the battle for the lead. A couple of drivers back. That all survives. Got a prototype amongst the field. Oh, collision! Big collision. One of the prototypes need to go in the pits. It's collision between the HYR drivers. The prototype leading, the HYR prototype that was leading the race, I believe has just taken out the leading GT car for HYR. Unsure, or it may have been. I know it was a prototype of some sort. I'm not quite sure if it was Rocket or Stokey Joe that did it, but there's been a collision, and that has sent the HYR Mustang into the wall and into the pit lane. I have to watch that back because I don't even know what happened there. Happened in a split second. A couple cars still choosing to stay out. And thanks to all those shenanigans, both SMX Eddie and Striker have jumped this group of cars. Valhalla right on the back of the McLaren. Behind them is, what is it? I think it's Dylan, but it's Spreen, yeah. We had that from the last stint. So back-to-back stints for that driver. And to the front of this field is Eagle. Behind this pack, you can see EVR Senna in that Lexus. Side by side action here, and Raygun to the lead of this pack. Eagle back a position. Valhalla just sitting there, waiting in that Mercedes. A big loser in the race is HYR Sleepy, and that Mustang was doing so well tonight. So I'm not quite sure if it was HYR and HYR Crime. I think it might have been Rocket and HYR that made the collision. Both cars, it was really hard to keep track of those protos because it was at the bottom of the screen. And I definitely wasn't expecting that. Here's JJ Red's lapping of GT cars. Is this a battle for position? It is. It's a battle for third. So one of our HYR cars continues to climb up the field. Big slide by both drivers. That is the first time I've probably seen a hypercar get drifted and take a position. A good job by the drivers there. Car went back to P4. Maybe looking to get back ahead in the next couple of corners. We see the LMP car go into the pit lane, and Eagle is going into the pit lane also. And There we are, moving up for spot. We're in a little battle here at the back. So it's caught the back of the prototype field. So good recovery drive, gain some distance on the board after a silly mistake while leading. A little bit of bump drafting. Oh, and a big mistake, going really wide and into the gravel. So more distance lost here. And it is back on track. Leader GT class at the moment is a Porsche. Eddie back in P2. Striker P3. And is P4. And of course that was a stint winner a couple of stints ago. Look at this battle pack here. 4 cars all close together. Looks like they're going to try to go 3 wide also. And Stokey Joe trying to get past all these GT cars before the next corner. Because you don't want to be stuck in that mess. A little bit of bumping there that's caused a couple of drivers to go wide. Another change for position for P3 in the prototypes. GT field all bunched up at the moment. Some good battles occurring. And near the end of the race, or end of the 24-hour race as a whole. So a lot of people pushing really hard. A lot of these drivers hopefully have got some rest. A few of them we know have not because they've been doing back-to-back stints. We're gonna have 2 prototypes that are fighting each other right now. Catch a bunch of GT cars that are fighting each other. Here we go, here comes the prototypes. Held up here, but good patience from the HYR driver. Will get through and is rewarded with a decent gap to his rival back and forth. Meanwhile, the GT field continues to fight. And our leading GT driver has now pitted. Bit of a wiggle there for the BMW. Valhalla is back into the pits. There's another change for position, so we saw the HYR car get up to P3, now it is back down to P4. A couple of the drivers starting to space out a little bit as all the different strategies start to happen. Here we go. Looks like we're going to have Porsche versus Porsche here. Another change for position in the prototypes. Going for a move on the inside. Is back up to P3. Going deep in the corner though. That's going to just avoid the gravel. But drop back down to P4. Did a good job to stay at the gravel there, because if they lose the draft there, it could be a very difficult task to catch back up. Change position. Up to P2. Striker back to P3, but they try to get a little bit of slipstream from the Lamborghini prototype on top of the side draft. Gonna go a long way around, or is it gonna back out? A long way around it is. Can it stay there? Still there. This could be a very good move happening for Striker. They're side by side. Still side by side. I'm gonna go side by side through the fast right-hander. Oh, they try their best to. Striker falls in behind the Corvette. Change of position here also. And there was the battle of the Porsches where Marino has now got ahead. Just to lose that position again, sadly. With commentators cursed. And we'll have to do all that work again. Another battle in the GT class. Looks like it's kind of settled out a little bit. So these two keep on changing positions quite often. There's a big gap between first and second, and back all the way to third. Then we are in the pits for the prototypes. Enters the pits at P8. HYR car back up to P3. Oh, a bit of a slide there. Hits the bollard. Not the best of run through the chicane. See a change for the podium again. No, just holds onto it for now. Big slide again. Really struggling with the rear grip of that car. These deep braking zones definitely pushing it pretty hard. And it's deciding to run right along the wall. But it's not going to matter, I think, because Carbon will be ahead. Carbon back to P3. Side by side for the GT class. Reagan gonna go around the outside to get the job done. Haven't seen someone go around the outside for a little while and fully commit to the move. Fall in just behind. Some shenanigans here. And It is sticky. I think the Vires was asking how his steering's going, and he is a decent little battle at the back here. And keeping the nose clean. I'm sure a lot of the next up drivers, well now AFMG drivers, most of them, are making their TORA debut. Let's see if we can see a move from the AFMG car. Good run here. And it's still in the tow. Check in with them a little bit later. I think there was a change between the Porsches again. These guys keep on swapping also. So most of the GT field has found someone to battle with for most of this race. It should be a good watch. Into the pits is Striker and following them in the pits will be a lot more GT cars. And AFMG Sticky choosing to stay out, but other drivers staying out also. Go back to our battle for P3 in the prototypes. Little mistake there from both drivers, not the best line from either of them, and I think the gap stays the same because of that. Go look into the inside is Carbon, but too far back. He's back behind the HYR race car. GT cars decently spaced out. And HYR sleepy after the misfortune with a prototype car. Is at the back here battling with Eagle. JJ Reds, MS JJ Reds that is, into the pit lane, our prototype leader. And Stokey Joe has also followed JJ Reds into the pits. This time it's the sister HYR car that is elected to stay out, while Eagle once again getting ahead of the HYR Mustang. But here comes Sleepy on the inside. It's back ahead of the McLaren. Going to continue going back and forth. It's one of those tracks for this midsection, sector 2. It's all about just slipstreaming each other and sticking with it, another driver. Bit of a cut across the nose of that McLaren. holds on to the position. Looks like a little mistake has seen these guys split up a little bit. Ray Gun get ahead. We got ourselves a battle right here. Striker with a Corvette right behind them. A very quick Corvette it is. Sticky into the pits. AFMG Sticky doing one of their stops. Oh, great run there from the Corvette, and we'll move up to P2. There's a few more people that need the pit. I think that might be P2 after all the stops are done. Oh, big dive from the Mustang to get back ahead into turn 1. McLaren and Mustang battle continues. And our prototype leader, that is the HYR BMW, has now entered the pit lane. SMX into the pits also in that Lamborghini. Rocket though staying out will take the lead for the prototypes. I'm feeling these two decently close together. They're not too far between. JJ Red's comfortably in the lead, looking to get a hat trick of stint wins. Thank you, Joe. Did a good job. And the other HYR car doing a good recovery drive. Next in the pits is the Lamborghini prototype. And this battle continues. In the pits is our GT race leader SMX Eddie, and LMP car has followed them through. So we'll see how everyone sorts out. Porsche retakes the lead. MX Eddie exits pit lane into P2. How about Janetta? So it's going to be close with the Mustang, and the Corvette will just be behind them. So the LMP team for a shot of a podium for the Stint 10 of TORA's 24-hour at Le Mans for 2026. Bit of a space there, HYR back into the pits. Surprised if we see this prototype finally do their pit stop. They got their spotlight leading lobby B, and there it is, the pit entry. And AMS JJ Reds should retake the lead and is on track for another stint victory. Everyone decently spaced out at the moment. Never mind, we do have a battle, which is great to see. Might do some onboard action, myself a little bit of a break, and I might actually think I can get myself some food. Okay, oh, I was on board for a second there. Go back to replay camera. I have gotten some noodles. And while I've got some noodles, we've seen a couple of cars go into the pits. And a few stay out. So we're going through a pit cycle here. As we're running behind, I needed to eat something. All I had was a couple of biscuits throughout the stream, and I ran out of biscuits about 4.5 hours ago. And the only other thing I had was a Monster Energy. So we're definitely set. So yeah, I am gonna enjoy my noodles, and we are gonna just keep an eye. I'll do just a little more onboard stuff. There's a bit of a gap between everyone. I think everyone should close up a little bit. The GT class is always going back and forward on each other. I think there's a couple of different strategies that are at play there. There we go. Here's a couple of GT cars all bunched together, and I think we'll do this kind of view so we can see everything that's happening. It's 7:47 at the moment. So I started at 8 AM and it's nearly been 12 hours non-stop stream. So it's been busy, definitely been busy. So decided to get some food now, eat up, and then we can have a big push home to finish off the stream. Thanks for the support, and I'm going to cut back quickly because we've got 3 wide. Thanks for the subscription, and that will probably pay for this cup of noodles for replacement. Thank you. But we've got 3 wide action, and I have to cut back to this. Just casually watching, and they've decided to put on a show here in the GT class. Mid-pack of the GT class has been insane, and they've kind of cycled around. There's been a couple of these cars that have been at the front of the pack in a couple of stints. These cars have been so good even with some of the weaker of the driver lineups. Still good enough to be in the mid-pack. Looking a bit further up. So it looks like, what is that car that's actually ahead? Is that an Aston Martin? Aston Martin, Mustang, McLaren, and then a Mercedes. This 4-car battle. Rockets in the pits, and the SMX Lamborghini prototype is also into the pits. And a couple of our leading GT cars have now headed into the pits also. One of their stops. So I think most drivers will only have one more stop left in the race. Maybe a couple more had 2, depending on how the strategy went. But yeah, we're getting close to the end of, well, we're still a little bit far away, about 30 minutes away from the end of Stint 10. Thanks, Paul. So once again, we have a nice little battle here happening on the back straight at Le Mans. And once again, I like to thank, let me get the name right. Is it AMS Custom Dips? Custom with a K for your support. It's very much appreciated. And we're having a good little battle here with the 4 GT drivers, and this is for P5, I believe. Those that are playing at home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So P5 in the race. For the GT race. We are side by side. Again, a little bit of contact there. Nothing major though. Luckily no one getting pushed off into the sand trap. The switchback getting made. Could be going 3 wide here. If this McLaren goes to the inside, thought about it, getting covered a little bit. And are we going to go 3 wide? It's looking like it. This could end badly, though people back out and do the smart thing. Though, get a move in the background. Valhalla moves up to P3, and we have the NWR prototype making its way through the GT class. Oh, very close with the wall there. AMS JJ Red still leads from HYR Stokey Joe, and he leads from the teammate car, the sister car, in P3. Hey, we're halfway through the noodles, and we are more than halfway through the race. And we're getting a couple of cars spreading out now. Gap between first and second in the Proto is quite large. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, actually not too far behind. It's a decent gap, but it's something to keep an eye on. 7th, 8th, and 9th. That is our Proto field. SMX Eddie leads our GT field. Just a bit further behind is LMP Striker is P4. And we got this battle pack that was a battle pack. Now they kind of split up a little bit. We got a battle here between the McLaren and a Mercedes. Okay. About 24 minutes remaining in the final stint here. And as I said a little bit earlier, we're probably expecting one more pit stop from every driver, both in the Protos and the GT field. Protos at the moment decently spaced out. GT field is still getting led by SMX Eddie in the Corvette. And leading, of course, the prototypes, going for a hat-trick of stint wins. He's been dominant in the last 3 runs and absolute Iron Man'd it at the moment. Yeah, going for, I said, 3 stint wins in a row. Don't know how often it's been done, let alone in such a high lobby like B lobby. Stokey Joe still doing a good performance in P2 for HYR. HYR having 2 cars in the prototype class and both are in the top 3. Meanwhile, we get a couple of GT cars going in for their final pit stop. LMP car has had an up and down kind of day. We've covered half of the racing and it's probably been the best performance we've seen from the LMP car so far. Striker doing a good job in that pink Mustang, currently P3. The last bit of pit stops occurring now. Valhalla and the McLaren next in the pits now. Interesting there. Don't think that McLaren was following the pit exit line. But I am going to be nice and say I didn't get a good angle of it. Behind these guys is Senna, which we saw actually touch the lead in the Lexus. But for some reason has fallen back, and I'm not sure if he got damaged at some point or just didn't really have the pace. There's a lot of stories, as I said, 23 cars. It's a full lobby, including myself as a streamer. Number 24 here. So yeah, 23 cars. It is difficult to keep track of what's happening with every single one of them. So many stories happening up and down the field. One of the stories that was early on, if you are tuning in now, was our early race leader finding the tyre barrier and getting some damage, and sadly had to limp the car back to the pits. And our other early race leader has actually got up a couple of spots. HYR Sleepy, collision with a prototype near the pit entry, saw them do 1 extra pit stop more than they needed. There's a prototype deciding that they needed the pit that lap, or needed the pit that lap, because most of them, nearly all drivers here, set their fuel to a certain limit, so they don't usually have a buffer room for an extra lap. But situations like that prove why sometimes it's best to have an extra lap of fuel. It's the case the lap you've planned to come on doesn't work out to be ideal. Or of course, you don't pay attention, you go straight by the pit lane. Here's the field up the front here going. Still quite spaced out. So the proto is a bit quiet for this stint. Very good lead from SMX Eddie. Got a stellar performance in right now. Yeah, well, quite spaced out. Striker going to the pits for their final stop. The focus for that group probably be this Corvette. It's in contention for a good finish in stint 10. A couple more GTs deciding the pit, Ray Gun being one of them. It's one of our high performing GT drivers, cars honestly, in B lobby. Here we go. Are we watching Striker when they exit the pit? I think the Corvette's going to be safe here. It is. The Corvette's going to be safe and will jump everyone in the pit lane. And exiting the pit lane now will be Striker in that pink Mustang. Sticky still going around. Probably need to do one more stop in the AFMG Mercedes. Hal is here. Eagle just behind them. There's about 18 minutes left in the session. Funny watching JJ Reds go by. A couple of drivers from behind had the smart idea to get just a little bit of a tow, any bit. Oh, Forza glue and into the wall is one of our important cars from today. A few LES drivers that were running in it, and it was at the front of a couple of stints. Hopefully no damage and they can just keep on carrying on. But we saw HYR get into the wall there and get damaged. Luckily, nothing at all in the telemetry. As I was about to say, yeah, when a couple of the prototypes go by, some of the GTs, just to get that even an extra mile per an hour or kilometer per an hour. Oh, off goes Striker. Sticky putting the pressure on. As I said though, still needs to do another pit stop. But yeah, again, that extra bit of run off one of the protos helped them get onto the back of that GT car ahead of them a little bit quicker and gave them the opportunity to pull a move into the next corner. It looked like a hard hit, but somehow it just got away with it. It's kind of how Forza Motorsport is, this version especially. Is sometimes you get really lucky, or sometimes you end up nose first and everything's damaged. Race leader for the GT field is into the pits. And the LMP car will take the lead. Will we see the Porsche in the pits, or are they doing another lap? They are doing another lap. I think we'll see Stick in the pits soon enough. There we go. AFM Sticky going into the pits for their final stop. So Eddie has actually managed to come out in front of the Porsche. He comes out P2. Now has to wait for the LMP team to do their final stop. All the prototypes in the field go into the pits, except the HYR prototype, BMW prototype that is, who will stay out for another lap. Try to get by a couple of GT cars. And doing a decent job here. It's so close. And completing a hat trick. As I said before, Stokey Joe having a good performance here. It's not the best battle we've seen from the prototypes all race. He does that. Doesn't sound completely healthy. It's a bit weird. That's strange. Stokey Joe's prototype doesn't sound 100%. Ray Gunn loses a spot to Valhalla. But it's not over yet. You got JJ Reds just behind them. Put them down another lap. That is a job well done. Lap cars. So I was correct. Stokey Joe had an issue. Wait, did he run out of fuel? That might have been it. Yes, no fuel for Stokey Joe. I thought something sounded completely off. No fuel for the HYR car. It was doing so well tonight. It is done. It's going to run out of a lot of distance. A lot of distance. There's still 10 minutes left in this. Over 10 minutes left in the session. Oh no. So apparently, going off what people said in the chat, the game wouldn't allow them to get fuel. And I've heard that glitch before. I've heard the tyre glitch before also, not being able to change tyres or select any tyres. That team was doing so well. They were collecting so much distance. And was one of the only prototype teams that had nothing major go wrong while I was streaming. Yeah, it's a shame that it kind of ruins the appeal for some of the endurance races sometimes. Terrible luck there, and oh, it's just such a shame. I remember our teammate running out of fuel last year at AFMG Saki, and we managed to push him all the way back to the pits. But sadly, it looks like Stokey Joe is not going to get that assistance. Where's he actually parked? Oh, okay, he's just out of that corner. Because I was wondering where that prototype was going. Oh no. So, more bad news for everyone playing at home. The car that has run out of fuel is currently P4 on live timing. Exiting the pits is the sister car, and hopefully that has some fuel in it. But yeah, I thought there was something sounding off with that prototype, and I didn't look at the fuel. I thought there might have been damage. I thought everything was just fine. It was just an audio glitch or something, or just being paranoid. But no fuel in the car. Meanwhile, we got a battle on screen with the prototypes. This is for P4. Got some side-by-side action. 9 minutes remaining in stint 10. We've got 2 more stints after it. HYR back to P4. Of course, if you see them in the chat, K-Plays FM, they will continue the broadcast heading into Stint 11. You see this battle continue, big dive there. Bollards go flying again for another lap. If you want to continue watching the race after this stint, we've got 8 minutes left of Stint 10. And there'll be a little bit of a gap as they plug in all the data. And then they'll start Stint 11. It's only a couple of hours. Well, a little bit more than a couple of hours, about 4 hours left in this 24-hour. That was probably what's even more brutal, is those kind of things happening right near the end of an endurance race. And they could taste a top 3 finish outright. So of course, we're talking about 4th place. It's not 4th place in this lobby, it's 4th place against the A lobby and the C lobby. Catching up the back of AFMG Sticky here. And that has bulked up the HYR car just slightly. They'll invite the HYZ car to get a good run here. And I think it's a quit out, and that will be HYR Stokey Joe. So the car's parked up, there's nothing really can do. Though the other HYR car is busy right now. It's contact, and they're going to get the war contact during the battle for P4. We'll get there eventually. So more drama in the prototype class. A little bit of engine damage and transmission damage, which is probably not ideal for Le Mans. Other than that, everything seems quite fine. And they will get around AFMG Sticky. So our race leader at the moment is just under 6 minutes remaining as AMS, not AFMG. We've had AFMG everywhere the last couple of minutes. AMS, JJ Reds leading the field at the moment. AFZ will now take P2 thanks to the misfortune of some HYR drivers. And Rocket actually chilling in P3. It's a really good performance right now. Meanwhile, we look into the GT fields. Let's have a look at how close. There's still a decent gap between those drivers. Leading our GT field with about 5 minutes remaining is SMX Eddie. Behind them, a decent gap behind, but things can change in 5 minutes. Is Janetta, not Janetta, LMP. I'm so used to seeing LMP Janetta in like every server. They're everywhere, the LMP crew, and they're currently P3 in the GT class for Stint 10. Striker currently P4. P5 is Eagle. If there's any other battles on track, how close are these guys? Decently spaced out at the moment. So Stint 10 has been a stint for honestly all the HYR cars to kind of forget. They were having such a good run up until then. They're the most consistent cars in B lobby, in my opinion. It's a real shame. Everyone a little bit spaced out here. So we've got a battle 21st and 22nd on track. That is Mourinho and EVR Senna. See if the Lexus can get a good run here and win the battle of not last. It's always a fun battle. I always joke with a couple of people because my teammates have qualified us in higher lobbies than what my pace were. So, well, a bit of a slide there for Senna. Doing a bit of drifting. Yeah, it's such a shame. Like, I was rooting for the HYR guys. They had some great people, and the lead up, their post and all that, talking about they had a really special livery for it, and yeah, for it to end that way. We saw the performance HYR Iris put in. It's not complete game over. It's just on track to a podium, and a TORA podium in one of these endurance races, especially Le Mans, a 24-hour endurance race. It means a lot. I was lucky enough to get a top 10 at Sebring. I think we finished 7th or something, and I was stoked. I thought there was something wrong with live timing, and I can't even imagine how a podium would feel. Especially with everything that has to go your way during a podium race. To get a podium during one of these races, I should say. Here we go. Corvette using a little bit of the tow from the prototype here to try to catch up a little bit. The gap is close, but with only 1:50 left in the session, don't think it's going to be enough. And Eddie's going to get a little bit of the tow from the prototype now. Yeah, definitely gave it the best, and yeah, sadly Forza can be like that. This game has some weird game breaking aspects. Like, if it absolutely hates you, it will just ruin your night. So, less than a minute remaining, and it's been a brilliant broadcast. We'll say our farewells near the end, but we'll keep an eye on any last fights, and we see a fight right now. Porsche versus Mustang, and it looks like the race will end in one of my favourite sections of the track, a very good racing section of the track. Can we see a final change in position? The mid-pack of the GT class. 10 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the Porsche will hold on. And we will see a stoppage now. That is race done for everyone. And he has done it, the hat trick for AMS. JJ Reds, I hope he's not doing another stint, because he would be absolutely tired after doing so many back-to-back stints. A bit of a lag there, hopefully cut out straight away. There we go, a couple of people leaving already. But JJ Reds, your winner. Carbon getting a really good result, P2, and a podium for Rocket, which is a really good job. Also, some hard luck stories, HYR and NWR. Some of our most consistent drivers in B lobby having some problems in stint 10. Meanwhile, we look at our winner for the GT class, and it is SMX Eddie in the Corvette. Stellar performance, absolutely great battle early on for the first hour of the GT class. Didn't know who was going to win it. We have another Corvette, do P10. Did get a stint win earlier, but a runner-up position for this stint, and Alan P getting it onto the podium for the stint with a P11 outright also. Striker is parked in P4, Eagle in P5, and more hard luck stories for HYR with contact with a prototype. A fair few other drivers all parked up, a bit spaced out, and Mario ends up just finishing ahead of Senna. So some good battles throughout the field, and that's what we love to see. Whoa. So we end the broadcast. I think hopefully K Plays FM is live yet. I think they might be. We might jump into their stream. But I'd like to thank everyone for their support. It's been great covering 12 hours worth of racing. Just over 12 hours actually for TORA. We've covered all the way from Stint 5 to Stint 10. And it's not done yet. Still a lot of stories to come out. So yeah, I think we'll just... There they are. So we'll just get everything sorted. So things... Oh! I just updated the Twitch. We've reached over 100 followers, which is insane. Thank you all so much. I'll see if I get a bit of rest. And see if I cover some ACC action a little bit later. 30 minutes. I might be a little bit late to that if I'm going to do that. But yeah, thanks everyone so much for the support. It's been absolutely amazing. You guys have been great viewers. Keep me updated with everything. And I wish everyone who's still racing, have stints coming up, the best of luck in their stints. And of course, Comey's jumped in to still complain that I'm streaming. So we are gonna jump in and we'll go. Where's my cinema? Playing around with it on my phone. Oh, that's just not nice. So yeah, we're gonna jump in and raid K Plays FM. They will they will take over from me for stint 11. We're just watching a couple of these drivers leave. I think I'll continue yapping because I think a couple of these guys will be doing back-to-back stints. But yeah, thanks everyone. There's a fair few people in here, and yeah, it's been a great time. And yeah, we'll go raid them. We'll go raid them. We'll jump across.